We okay, Joe? Thanks, folks, for joining us this morning. We're a little bit late. We had some technical matters and some other issues to address before we came on. So we're going to go through the call to order. I'm calling the meeting to order now. It's the regular Tribal Council meeting, Friday, December 4th. I have 10:15 a.m. We'll do roll call and adjust the agenda. And then we wanted to, take a moment of silence to honor the memory of those that have recently passed due to COVID, our family members. And so, Secretary, could you perform roll call?
Don Gentry.
Here.
Gail Hatcher. Here. Roberta Frost is here. Clay Dumont.
Here.
Willa Palace.
Here.
Ellsworth Lang.
Here.
Jesse Hicofta.
Here.
Jeannie McNair. Here. Rose Treetop. Brandy Hatcher is excused. And Rose, I believe, is still on exclusion.
Great. Well, we have a quorum. So what we need to do is adjust the agenda. We're going to move the HDM monthly report to this afternoon. It'll be after the 1 o'clock Glass Butte Communication Project. Also the fund distribution policy. So those two items will be moved to the afternoon after 1 p.m. And we, depending on the time it takes to get through these other matters, we'll move the Tribal Council reports up into the agenda. So I recommend that we be flexible as far as the time for the Tribal Council reports, as we, depending on how long it takes us to get through these other matters. But I believe that we'll be able to get to those prior to noon. So any other needed changes or recommendations for the agenda?
Chairman,
Yes.
the Klamath Domestic Violence Code, I've added as item 8.
Okay.
And Danita will be available to present. Judge Gibson is not available, and she asked if we needed Ed to call, and I told her I wasn't sure, but you would be able to get a hold of him
Yeah,
if council wanted his input.
Okay, I could give him a heads up through text as we get going here to see if he's available. So just with the change in the agenda, we may be able to get to that before noon. Is that correct?
I would imagine so.
Okay.
But I don't know if Danita is watching or if she's aware that we would be moving her agenda item around.
Okay.
And then we also,
Sure.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Berta.
table the budget reports at the request of the treasurer.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And then I believe the
And
at-large members have a couple of items.
Okay. So what are the items?
Yeah, Chairman, I
Yes.
have one that I would like to add for at-large is a short 242 cultural resources update from the site tour that myself and a tribal member did up on the 242 rim.
Okay. Is there an additional item for members at large?
Yes, Chairman, I have a request for a letter of recommendation from the chair of the UC Berkeley NAGPR committee. So I wanted to present that and ask.
Okay. Yes.
I want to add
letter of support for the Green Street Yard project.
Okay.
And also, I think we should take a little bit of time to discuss the 2021 Christmas holiday and restoration.
Okay. So I'm going to repeat that. Vice Chair wants to add potential use of the K-TRAP funds for support for the Chillicothe Elementary School Green School project, and also a letter of support for the project, and also the 2021 Christmas holiday and restoration. So those are additional items. That's item D. Okay, anything else, folks? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the changes discussed.
So moved.
Okay, Member Dumont, second by Member Pallas. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, those opposed, the same. 0 opposed. With my abstention, motion carries. So first up, we have, since we're moving down the items number 2 till after lunch, it's the community health assessment, and we know we have Nicola on the phone with us, and Valerie, thanks for joining us in person today. So did you want to lead this, Nicola, or turn it over to Valerie, or I'll turn it over to you folks.
Good morning, Council, and thank you, Chairman Gentry, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to be here to present our potential participation in the community health assessment. So, Sky Lakes and the Klamath Health Partnership and Cascade Health Alliance and the Public Health have collaborated in completing a community health assessment to meet several requirements of their governing bodies. And they would also, they would like the opportunity to have the Klamath Tribes to participate as a primary partner. The Klamath Tribal Health specifically has partnered with them previously, but not on a formal, larger level as a primary partner. For this assessment, we'll be using the MAP framework, which is a process that was a guide to guide us through the process. And specifically, MAP stands for Mobilizing for Action Through Planning and Partnership. And so with that, we'll be looking at 3 phases and including 4 assessments. And those assessments will be reviewing our community health status
can you pause? Nicola, can you pause, please?
Yeah?
We're hearing
Yes.
some background noise. Somebody's TV or radio or is playing. Yeah, so whoever is not speaking, please mute themselves.
I still hear it as well. It's not me. I don't have anything.
Yeah, I can hear it too.
I can hear it also.
Shannon or Jeannie, do you have your phone on mute? Because we're hearing a lot of background noise.
I think it went
No.
away. No? Sounds like it did.
It's off.
Okay. So another one of the assessments are our community themes and strengths, and maybe some changes that we want to look at. So these assessments will include collecting primary and secondary survey data and focus groups, and so our community-based organizations will be used to gather this data and get the voice of our community. And the lead agencies, which they're asking for the Klamath Tribes to participate, will actually write the document and share our final version with everybody. So this process should take a year. It looks like we started some planning in October of this year, and so we then had a meeting and then wanted to bring it to council to have formal approval of us participating in this. So specifically for our staff at Klamath Tribal Health, they really want us to assist with the data collection, maybe assisting with the survey distribution, maybe conducting focus groups, data analysis, drafting sections of the actual narrative, editing, and distribution of the final report. So I know we have some other projects like my public health modernization project, as well as the Scales project that you guys heard about, where we'll be surveying some of our social determinants of health of our entire tribal membership. These will actually align with those projects. This project does. It doesn't duplicate it, so I just want to let you guys know and reassure you that. And I will now turn it over to Valerie to add anything additional. If you can fill them in, Valerie, that would be great. Thank you.
Is it on there? Huh.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Thank you, Nicoa. I would like to begin by just expressing my condolences to the Klamath Nation. I consider at least one of the deaths to be a friend. In moving
Valerie,
forward,
if you don't mind, we intended to have a moment of silence. I'm sorry, I was so distracted with all this technical stuff. So, before we get, I really appreciate you, offering condolences. So, the council would like to take this time to have us provide a moment of silence in honor and memory of our tribal members that have just recently passed due to COVID-19 and others that have lost their family members recently. So if please join me in a moment of silence right now for that purpose. Thank you. Thank you. And before you go on, our hearts and our prayers go out to all the family and all the friends of the ones that we've lost. And we'll be praying, and I know it's a difficult time trying to move forward with the memorial and grieve in a way that we typically do because of the COVID-19 and the need to physically distance and follow the protective measures. But we just encourage the family to continue to love and support one another and pray for one another and help us get through this together. And, this is, it hit us really close to home here, obviously. We've been doing everything that we can to make sure that our staff members and our community and our tribal members are safe as we continue to try to provide the services for them. Just want to encourage everybody that's listening to really take this as serious as they can and practice the measures that have been advised. And hopefully we can get through this without any more losses to our community and then move forward in a healthy way. We do know that there are vaccines on the way, but we're really concerned about what's going to happen between now and then. And it'll be a while before they're distributed. So just on behalf of the council and our health officials and staff, and I know Valerie and Klamath County folks, and I had a chance to visit with folks from Sky Lakes last night, and please take this as serious as it is and follow the measures that are recommended and be safe. So thank you, Valerie. Appreciate that.
thank you, Chairman. The community health assessment is the first step for us to see what's happening within the entire county. As you know, our county is very blessed to have the Klamath Nation within it. I was fortunate in being able to attend training on how to conduct the process of what we call MAP. And on the heels of that, came home to be able to participate in the training for learning how to facilitate the gathering of Native Americans that Prevention helped with a summer ago. Our community is not as strong without the nation. Our community is only partially representing the realities without the Klamath Nation. I respectfully ask that you allow my peers at Tribal Health to come alongside us and work to creating a document that will be a testament to where we are at this point in time. From what you allowed me to gather over the last 5 years, I was able to create a social determinants of health report in January, which I will share with you electronically, that took the look at historical trauma and what we've learned about resilience and looked across the entire county. We have important things to learn from the Klamath Nation, and I believe that we have some important work ahead of us. I have drafted a report that looks at our health rankings and the potential issues that we need to look at for our children coming out of this time with COVID-19. The work that NACOA is doing, the work that Erica Ying is doing, that will very much benefit the entire county. However, we understand that it is only by your grace that that work can happen. And so respectfully, I ask that you allow my peers to come alongside and also allow us to gather information, because we would never release information about the nation without your permission, and we're only as healthy as the least healthiest person within the entire county. I thank you for your time.
Sure, thank you. Jesse?
Good morning, Valerie. I'm quite familiar with the community health assessment, but could you please just explain for others who are not what the CHIP has right now that had come from the community health assessment, the key focus areas, and so that they get a good idea of where the resources and focus goes after the CHA is implemented?
Certainly. Thank you, Councilwoman Hakakta. We have taken, in this iteration, information that was gathered in the community health assessment, and there are a variety of topics that we are now addressing. One of those, unfortunately, is suicide prevention. One of those is access to food. One of those is around physical activity and healthy lifestyles. And we are able, by working with members of the community, to hear what their concerns are. This is not the partnership coming together and saying, this is what needs to be done. My perception is that in previous iterations, the focus has very much been on Klamath Falls. It is my hope and my dream that we begin to look at the county as a whole. I have spent some professional and personal time here in Chilcoin. I think these voices need to be heard. And I believe that even up into Gilchrist and Crescent, our community is large, but so is the opportunity for us to make a difference. The work is always ongoing. With the partner organizations, we tend to own, if you will, a piece of the community health improvement plan, and that individual who represents the entity prepares the report. That doesn't mean that they do all of the work, but they are the point person for that area. I believe that what we've seen over the last several years is that Klamath is a place where we can set a goal and achieve it. And when it comes to health, I think we all want to see the next generation very much succeed.
Yes, somebody needs to meet, I'm not sure, look, I see Jeannie kind of highlighted here. I don't know if there's noise in the background, Jeannie, radio or TV. If you could mute I'd appreciate it. Not sure if it's her or not, but somebody has TV or radio in the background that's making it difficult for folks to hear. We can still hear it there. I think that's the, and yeah, they must not hear. I think it may have died down. And Valerie, too, if you could hold the mic just a little closer, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. The ask is really to continue to coordinate with our health folks to gather data and information for a report and assessment. And I think there's support for that. I know there's often concerns when we gather information and need to protect the privacy of individual tribal members. I know that that's first and foremost, and that will be addressed along the way. But what's the wishes of the council, in terms of this? Okay, Member Dumont.
Yeah, hi Valerie, thank you. And I want to say first of all that I really enjoyed reading about the project, and I'm really supportive of this. I guess I see it more as really a kind of a social justice issue. I mean, you're looking at institutionalized inequalities, through time, and how that's resulted in these health disparities, and seems like exactly the kind of work that we need. It'll be beneficial for us in terms of being able to better understand how to improve our folks' health. It'll be data that we can use to apply for grants. It'll be good for the kinds of political arguments that we need to make, across the state. So I just see this as a really wonderful project. But I'm unsure about how far along it is. Have the surveys already started with tribal members? No. Okay. So how will you identify the folks that are to be surveyed? And then will it just be paper? Will it be mailed? Will there be interviews, focus groups? What will the methodology look like?
So at this point in time, we're not into collection at all. We set October as our beginning. We had a meeting, and it was determined that we needed to come to you to ask permission to have tribal health alongside. The intent is always to be respectful about data and not to exploit. We would provide survey instruments electronically, which we've done in the past. We would, if people needed them in paper, would contact us and let us know. My hope is also that we could do some focus groups. And if you were willing to allow it, there was a youth GONA held last December. And there was information that came out of that I believe could help enlighten us at this point. I also believe the GONA would be a great opportunity to come back and talk to our tribal members about their perceptions of health today and their dreams of health tomorrow.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
I guess the only other comment I would have is that, ideally, this virus wasn't doing all the horrible things it's doing. This would be something that we'd want to take to our community more generally in a general council meeting, I think. But I still think it's worth going ahead, and I'm really grateful that you've come forward and asked. So thank you.
So would the council like to formally move to support cooperation in the project? If so, I'd entertain a motion to that effect. Yes, Vice Chair?
How much of our health staff time will this take?
My perception is that it might be about 4 hours a month. It shouldn't be very onerous. Mm-hmm. To be really frank with you, if it felt like it was getting onerous, I would want to take that off the person's plate and do it myself to be helpful. There's no reason for anybody to feel as though one more thing has been put on them.
Thanks. And the question was, how much time would it take for staff to be involved and supported? Thank you. Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, and maybe this question is for Nicoa. I'm not sure that I got an answer to how we would identify the folks that we're going to survey. Are we looking at roles and folks in the county, or how are we planning to proceed?
We honestly have not gotten that far. What my hope would be is that perhaps it would be appropriate as people come through tribal health to have a computer where they could electronically take surveys. If there were specific demographics that might be identified through the social determinants of health, information that's going to be coming soon, hopefully. I believe that one of the things that has happened through our entire region is that most of us judge what everybody else is going through by our own situation. And if COVID has done anything for me, it has really opened my eyes to the fact that there are people that we thought were doing all right who really do need some extra support. And when I think about one of our current priorities, which is food insecurity, that is such a challenge to me personally, thinking about the children who may not be getting the food that they need because they're not in school right now, the elderly who may not be getting what they need to have the strength and stamina to get through this virus situation. So my hope would be that we would make it known broadly and that people would opt into participating. That always gives us a place of, is anybody going to really participate? But I think that if we frame it in a way that everybody's voice really does matter, and that this information moves us into a place of creating a pathway to better success, a pathway to rectifying things that have gone wrong in the past, that we can get there.
So part of the reason I'm asking, right, is that there's sensitivity around releasing information from the rolls. So, and I'm sure you probably are concerned about having a representative sample. So, you won't want to go just from the clinic or anything like that. Maybe further along, once you get to those kinds of questions, you could get back in touch with us, and so that if it does involve release of information somehow from the tribe, that we know that that's happening.
Absolutely. It would be my intention to never take a step that would be potentially trepidatious without coming to you. It would be my hope that all of the work that might release information would come directly through the tribes, and that another agency has no business having access to tribal information, which is why when we collect the information, we will come back and ask for permission to add it into the report. We will not move forward without the blessing of tribal council and those that you want to have input on this, because I would like to believe that we're moving into a better day, and that we do not take for granted the fact that there's been some exploitation around numbers and roll information. And I would do my level best to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Thank you, Valerie. Yes, Member Acosta?
Valerie, off the top of your head, can you remember the last time, or have the Klamath tribes ever participated in the CHA?
So in the last round, which was approximately 3 years ago, there was participation by some of the professionals. So Aislinn Yukpik and Linda Daniel were able to provide some insight to the areas that they've been associated with tribal health. But there was no sharing of data, so to speak, just a reflection on where things are. My sincere hope is really just to get to a place where when we talk about Klamath County, that we are respectful about the fact that the dual citizenship of the Klamath Nation, that is not taken for granted ever. So we hope that you will allow this to happen. We hope that at the very least we provide some information that helps you as you move forward, and that if you think it's appropriate, that we could include within the document.
Yeah, yeah. I think that with the CHA kind of encapsulating the health and well-being, the general health and well-being of individual community members within Klamath County, then the Klamath tribes and tribal members has always kind of been a population out on the fray when it comes to the community health improvement plan. And you know, there have been several successful projects, as Valerie had mentioned, that has stemmed from the community health assessment, which turns into a community health improvement plan. And for example, the suicide prevention had launched the You Matter to Klamath campaign, and that has been very successful, where it has launched into providing crisis intervention trainings for first responders. You have the infant mortality, or TOTS group, which has formed, and then that created a strong relationship with the Moore Institute on epigenetics and early childhood development. So even housing, talking about housing, that has stemmed into economic development packages for developers to build in our community, particularly middle-income housing, so that we can free up low-income housing and try and get individuals in proper homes. I think that by including the Klamath tribes, our tribal members can only benefit from the really targeted, focused effort of what happens and what comes of the community health assessment. So I really appreciate that Tribal Health is considering participating this go around, and I hope to see how we can evolve and start being a part of the process after with the improvement plan.
Thank you. So if there are no questions or comments, based on the discussion I've heard, I'd entertain a motion to continue to support the Klamath tribes being involved in community health assessment. Would somebody like to make that motion? Okay. Member Palace, is there a second? Okay. Member Akopta. Any further discussion? Okay, Secretary, since we're online here, I'm not sure exactly how to conduct this. Would you like to conduct the count? I know we're on Zoom here in the room, so I could ask to raise a hand. Maybe we should do it all by voice. Yeah, that's probably the appropriate way. So, Secretary, if you could help us with that. All those in favor?
Gail Hackner.
I vote yes.
She votes yes.
Okay. Willa Palace.
Yes?
Jesse Acosta.
Yes.
Clay Dumont.
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang.
Yes.
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote yes as well.
Okay. Those opposed? I think that covered everybody. Is that correct? Okay, everybody voted
correct.
yes. So there's no opposition by our bylaws. I've abstained from the vote. So 7-4, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. Motion carries. Thank you, Valerie,
Thank you.
Nicola. Really appreciate you joining this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie, and thank you, Council, very much for your support. And I will be updating you on our progress through the HDM report, and then as I need to. So thank you again, and everyone have a great afternoon.
Great, thank you. So the Glass Butte item will be moved. Valerie, thank you so much. We really appreciate all you do and your engagement with us and your genuine interest to work with us and make things better for our tribal members and community. We see that and really appreciate it, so thank you. Okay, Since the Glass Butte Communication Project will be at 1 p.m., is Kathy Rich, are you listening in? Oh, we have Shannon, where's the GRC issue? Oh, I guess if folks are comfortable, let's move down and entertain item number 7 with Shannon on the phone. Folks in agreement with that? Okay. So Shannon, we'll turn it over to you for and Keith, I don't know if Keith's on. Are you on, Keith, also?
No, Keith had to go downtown for something with his vehicle, so
Okay.
it's just me.
Okay, well, we'll turn it over to you, Shannon. I think we have some documents also to review along the way. Is that correct? I haven't looked. But we'll turn it over to you, Shannon, for this report.
Okay. The first question I'd like to ask is, do you want me to report on both September and October, or should we just concentrate on September for this one?
Do you have a report for October also?
I do, and I sent both of them to Jennifer, and I also delivered hard copies, or Keith did, a couple weeks ago for October. So if you want, we can go right through September, and then I can go on to October. Yeah, I don't know if you have the time for that, or if you just want to do September.
I think we have the time, and just since October's already passed, maybe we could go through that briefly. I don't see a...
Okay, that's wonderful. Okay,
thank you.
So I'll start with September, and September's is because it was a quarterly month. I did give explanations for some of it that's included with the financial statements. But we will just go down the line like I did last time, and I'll tell you what's in everything. Of course, the SAIF, which is the workman's comp, is still over because we did not get any profit sharing check. So that remains the same. In our repairs and maintenance, only thing we had in September was the billing for Office Tech, which is our copier and maintenance agreement, and the $30 a month we pay for pest control. Equipment rental, again, all it is are the dispensers for Mount Mazama water. The rent is, we pay a month ahead of time, so it's for October, unit number 60, and the $85 gets split half and half by department. Then in our insurance, we are expensing $80.49 of vehicle insurance, $300.92 for property insurance. And our insurance is running a little bit above, and that's because the property insurance had gone up so much. And it was explained to me that we're combined with all the entities to get our rate, and that there have been losses in other entities. So that was the explanation to me. Supplies and materials, the only thing we have in there for September, and there's not much, is our spring water from Mount Mazama, and we had a couple small Staples orders. We've been trying to only order what we necessarily have to have, which are the wipes and the hand sanitizers, but we kind of got hung up because I was told they wanted Lysol, and Lysol's sold out everywhere. So we didn't buy any in September, but we did in October, so we'll go through there. Okay, dues and subscriptions. In that category is a business member dues of $49 for Staples. We just get a better pricing, and the paper comes out a lot less. Let's see here. Contracts and professional services. The only thing that raised that a little bit in September was we did purchase licenses for the new laptops that we had ordered. So that's in contracts and professional service, and that was $680. And in the first part of September, I was out 1 week, and Romig came and ran our payroll, and they only charged us $350 for it. So they had quoted us $500. We
Working a little
Excellent.
bit on.
Okay. Then training, travel, and education. Now, I know we are not supposed to pay somebody mileage to come to work, but Ron Cates, the surveillance director, he had two bills in there that he said go ahead and pay him. What it was he had to come in on the weekend to cover for employees. So Keith said it allowed it. What the first one was for $62.68. The second one was $64.40. That's what's in our training and travel. And I think that's about it for September.
Okay, any,
If you look through your package, you'll see that there are comparisons with 2020 versus 2019. There's also a comparison of third quarter versus second, but I believe Keith went over all that when he gave you your quarterly reports.
Please start cleaning the building for cleaning for the day. Thank you.
Okay, so shall we go on to October? Do I have any questions for September?
any questions?
Shannon,
Yes,
I do have a question on that travel
yes,
that you mentioned.
Yes.
Would there be supporting documents for that?
Oh, yes, I do. He's got his beginning mileage and his ending mileage, and I do have paperwork for him, so yes, I do have it in our files. But, I mean, I know we're not supposed to. I kept saying, why are we paying him mileage when he's getting paid to work? So, that's, I guess it's kind of a special thing being the circumstances they are, that he had to come in on his own time to fill in.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I would want to speak with the treasurer about that.
Okay.
item.
Okay, that works for me. Okay, any more questions? Shall I go on with October?
Yeah, I think we're okay to move on with October. I don't see the document in here for October. Am I missing it, or is it farther down in the same?
I sent both September and both October to Jennifer Vigil.
It's farther down in the.
Okay, I see it. Yeah, sorry about that.
You see it?
Yes, we've got
Okay,
it. Thank you.
wonderful.
I believe.
Okay, and these are kind of, it's all remains about the same, because you'll see the profit sharing is off again, and that's the workers' comp, and that's due to the profit sharing check. Okay, maintenance and
Shannon?
repairs. Yes.
Shannon,
Uh-huh.
when you say profit sharing, I've never heard that attached to workman's comp. So-
Well, it was, they compared it to an audit that you did, and then they gave us a profit sharing check back. And it was for like $1,700, and I think it comes to you guys, and then you guys dole them out. But I figured the budget line item with a profit sharing check, that's what they call it. And now I'm being told we probably will not be seeing one. And I'm thinking it's kindly because we changed brokers in the midstream. I don't know. So, but this is what they've related to me, is that we probably will not be seeing a check this year. Okay. Maintenance and repair, that was the $38 again for pest control, and our maintenance contract for our copier went up quite a bit because I had a lot of copying to do for the financials, doing that. I had 2 months to copy and send in. So that one's raised a little bit. It's still, in a comparison, it's still about $50 a month on an average. Okay, equipment rental is the same thing. It's water dispensers. Insurance, it's the same thing. It's $300 property insurance, $80.49 for vehicle insurance. Supplies and materials, this is up a little bit higher. We did buy some supplies for the background agent for her badge making supplies. She got some blank cards and new ink cartridges for the badge making machine. So that's what brought that up a little bit. Okay, contracts and professional services. We had a new hire that went down for UA. Our regular gray matter, it bills us $480 a month. Sage program, which is my accounting program that runs through there, is $103 a month. That's just, we pay the lump sum at the beginning, in August, so it starts a new term. Telephone, now this telephone 71510 does include the U.S. Cellular where we went down and upgraded the phones. So that's why that has doubled there, just about. And then we also, our IT guy charges us for telephone network of $49.95. Then the big elephant in the room is the penalties and late fees of $51.78, and that was from, because we were out, one of our Staples checks was late. So they charged me a $39 late fee and then some interest. Well, just thought I'd try and sent them a letter and explained why it was late. We've never been late before. And November, they credit us the money back. So that $51.78 should be going away in November statements. And I think that's all I have, unless there's other questions.
I don't see any questions, Shannon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, too. Thank you for taking the time.
Well, thank you.
Did you somebody say?
Oh,
Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
Secretary does.
Okay.
Shannon, have you started receiving the CARES Fund project reimbursement yet?
I'm going to have to go over there and pick up the check. Leanne has it. And normally Brandy does all of our deposits. And she told me yesterday that she was out with the kids sick and that she probably wouldn't be there today. Well, I sent her a letter and told her I can take it right down to the bank and put it in. And she's not returned the email. So as long as it's okay with you guys, I'll just write up the deposit here and come pick it up from Leanne and go straight to the bank. Yes?
Yeah, I think that would work. Any concerns with that? Anybody?
Okay. Good. And then we also, I don't know if you guys remember, we had a $677 credit on our accounts payable from an old credit card. I did finally track that down. In June, they sent a check to EJ because he was on the account. So I've been trying every month to work it out with them about what happened to the monies. And finally, the lady kept telling me this last time I called that she can't give me the information since I'm not on the account. And I told her, well, I've been trying and he no longer works here. They sent a check to EJ because he was on the account. So I've been trying. Anyway, so I got a hold of EJ and he came in and he paid us back. So I'll also have that $677 to put in for a deposit too, since that doesn't have to go through you. Okay?
Well, thank you. Yes, Secretary.
Thank you.
I have one.
Yes, go
another
ahead.
question.
Sure.
And did you see where this, for the month of December, since the casino's closed down, we will need one more CARES
I did, Roberta, I
Okay.
did see that. Thank you. And I'm going to start up on that right away because we do have admin hours for the last paycheck. So, or this paycheck I'll be doing Monday. So I will start right
Okay.
away to gather those numbers for you.
Okay, so because as of now, the cutoff for those funds is December 30th, and so we don't want to wait until the last minute.
Right. Okay. I will certainly
Okay.
get on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
You guys have a good day.
All right, you too.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye-bye.
Okay. All right, Kathy, thanks for joining us today. We're ready for item 5, the COVID-19 Emergency Assistance Program report. And And then I guess, is Troy going to be here to do the other report, or you're part of that also?
I can,
Oops.
goodness gracious, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I can go get him after I'm done.
Okay, I don't think that microphone's on yet.
Okay.
No, it's not, you just got to turn the switch on.
Hello?
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. I'm gonna switch masks here, this one's tearing my ears off. Do I?
Roberta, do we need to pass the presentation of those budgets for GRC's audit in the minutes?
I think that might be a good thing, because that was a suggestion from the auditor, so to have that formally accepted would be good.
I'll make the motion to accept the presentation of the GRC budget for October and November as presented, if that's what we need to
I
do.
think it was September and
September and
October.
October.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, motion by Member Lang, is there a second?
A second.
Okay, Member Cocta. All those in favor, I guess to formally do it, Secretary, you could do the voice, roll call vote, yeah.
So you want a roll call?
Yes, please. Accepting the report.
Gail Hatcher,
I vote yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes?
Clay Dumont,
Yes.
Jesse Hicocta,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes?
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
I vote yes also.
Okay.
That's 7, Chairman.
I think that's, other than me, that's all the members, but just formally, those opposed, 0 opposed. With my abstention, the motion carries 7-0-1. Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Kathy, for the Emergency Assistance Program report.
Good morning, Tribal Council. I emailed the progress reports to you this morning around 10, and that email should have both progress reports in there. And I'm sorry for always sending that up to you the day before or that morning, but it's to get you the most up-to-date information as we pull that data, because it changes every day. First, we're going to start with Program 1, COVID-19 Emergency Assistance Program. That has the green border on the top. And it's the report that I've named that doesn't have second program on it. On this program, we're still running it. As you can see, there's been a slight increase of 80. 80 more applications came in. So we have a total applications received at 3,019. Still, we have those 7 pending. Applications processed today is 3,012. We're up to date with Program 1. Everyone that's put in has been processed. Checks should be going out today or Monday. With that total applications processed, 1,368 live in Klamath County. 1,644 live outside of Klamath County. That's an increase of 80 from your last report also. The total award amount for this program, $5,115,649.89. That's an increase of $105,500 from the last report. The request for assistance stayed the same, the percentages.
Kathy,
Yes.
how'd you get the cents on there?
So there was one application that had come in on the first program that that member passed away, and they had submitted it in April, and they had passed away a few months later by the time we got to them. So the person was in a residential home, and we paid, I think it was $1,000 something. The family member had asked if we could just pay that bill, and it was less than the amount of what she would have received. And we made that determination because she had submitted it prior to her passing, and she had just passed really close to when it was her time to get her check.
I see.
Okay.
So that's why.
Okay,
And
thank
we
you.
documented that, and it's in her file and it's documented. That decision and the approval that was given by the general manager. Okay, so we went through the total award. Requested assistance, similar, it didn't change. Total tribal members who have been assisted, your enrollment numbers have went up from your last report. Last report, we had a total membership of 5,552. We now have 5,589 enrolled tribal members. In the first program, we have served 3,950, which is about 71%. I rounded up. We have adults that have been served, 3,086, minors, 864. The incarcerated tribal members number, we have 109 identified in our database. We have processed 107. We have one application on our desk that we'll be doing some research on next week to get that completed. And that's pretty impressive. I'm just excited
Yeah,
about that number.
really.
So that's a good number. Now, again, as
Do you have a
I
question?
identified, it's the number we have in our database, the 109. So if there's more, we don't know.
So Kathy, when you say processed, does that mean that the check's gone to the mail?
It means on this program, probably today.
Okay. So,
Process means there's like 3 steps to this. The first is the intake, where we input into a spreadsheet, identify, name the client, and then we do the intake on that first phase. Second is the matrix, where we punch in all the numbers so that you can have a report. And then third is the voucher. So we're caught up to where on first program, checks today or Monday.
so the reason I'm asking is because, of course, we get calls.
Yes.
Right? People want to know,
Yep.
where's my check?
Yep.
And I put it in at this date and all
Yep.
of that. So when I say to them, well, I just saw the numbers
Yep.
and they've processed almost all the applications.
And this is program 1.
Okay, I know, but
Program 1, let's see, yesterday, so they should be gone out today. So program 1
okay.
all checks should be out today.
But the word processed means something different for,
Yes.
for program 2?
No,
Okay.
but we're not to program 2 yet.
Okay.
So process for 1, and if you get that question, checks should be out today. Unless there was a address change and then finance has to manually do that, so it could be Monday. So Friday or Monday, checks will be totally out for 1.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the same thing about
Yep.
2 when you
Okay.
get there.
Any questions on program 1?
Not a question, but I would just like to say that, I really enjoy seeing now that we have more than 50% of our tribal members who are taking, this opportunity for, helping themselves and their families with these funds. And so seeing 71% is really great. And I also enjoy seeing that there's only 2 incarcerated tribal members who are still waiting to go through the process. And, when I get that question too, I mostly describe to people how applications are coming through and that it comes in a variety of different ways. And you might have mailed it in, but somebody called right before you and filled out their application over the phone. And then an email came through, and so that came before your application came in the mail. So I like to explain to people that there's about 3 or 4 different ways that you're getting applications, and so to just respect that process and to be patient, and they're being dropped off all over, and so
There's more than that, yeah. So there's numerous ways we've been coming into receipt of these applications. They either email to me, Sean T., other housing or other programs. They hand deliver them. They drop it in the outside box. They physically mail them. They fax them to our regular fax machine, or they fax them to our other COVID-19 application. They do the online. So there's numerous ways these are coming in. And so as we have different people assigned to checking all this, and on a day's basis, as we're snapping it, it could be very easily that someone might have time-wise submitted before the other. But when we're early on those stages of the first weeks of a program, and we're all receiving numbers of applications, 100 can make a difference on when you get your check, as we put pile on. So with that, I know you guys, I want to thank you for being patient and having confidence in us. I made the decision 2 weeks ago to stop receiving calls so that we could process. When I have people receiving calls 100 a day, we can't get through the applications and we can't answer their questions. The two main questions are, did you receive our application? Where's my check? We cannot know that with piles sitting on the conference room table. And so to be able to answer those two questions, we have to be able to input the application so we can search in the Excel to find their name. And instead of pulling my staff away to spend 30 minutes to go through all those applications each call, I made that decision. You'll see it was effective for the second report. And thank you for taking those calls. I took calls. I just didn't want them to take calls. So I think that now, Monday, we'll start taking calls for the program. And then we'll be able to see if there's any kind of research that we need to do. Maybe there's missing applications or we need follow-up. And so we have a good couple weeks, 3 weeks to work on that.
Yes, Member Dumont. Oh, Willa? Okay, I'm sorry.
So we have, I know you're well aware of this, but we have 18 business days left to spend out CARES Act, and we haven't gotten an extension on that from Congress. So I'm wondering, but looking at the numbers, it looks like you guys are right on track with the first program for how many applications processed. It looks, but I'm just kind of concerned about tribal members that haven't yet got to submit an application. Is there going to be a cutoff date to make sure that these get processed before, assuming the CARES Act doesn't get extended, which I'm hoping it is, but right now, the way it's looking, we haven't got that yet, and with only 18 business days left, do you want to set a cutoff date, or what's the last day we're going to accept applications to have the turnaround to have it done by the December 31st deadline?
December 30th. We will. So as we move into the second report, that's why I'm really feeling confident with where we're at. With program 2, we should have all those checks out that we've identified as the count 3,094. Those should be done by Tuesday. Everything will be out. Now, as I identified what processing means for program 2, we should have all those out by Tuesday or Wednesday. I would like to say Monday, but again, if there's a lot of address changes, which there always is, it slows the process down for finance because they have to manually input. So I feel confident with that. I was just talking to staff. That leaves us about 2 to 3 weeks now to focus on, there's a handful that we have to complete applications. And they're mainly with those in the institutions. And so we're going to be working closely with families to see if they can help complete those applications, because the time and making contact with inmates is not reasonable, and we will not make it by December 30th. So we're going to take that approach. So I feel confident that now we have 3 weeks to really focus on anyone that has any questions or have not received their checks, and we're running into some of these problems. We still have that time to stop payment if it has not cleared and reissue another check if it's been over 15 days. So now we're still, we have time. We have a little bit of time.
So does that mean you're going to start taking calls again?
I have been. The staff will start Monday. I will have the Reese, Jeanette, and Shanti taking calls on Monday.
Okay. Because of course, I'm getting calls about people wanting to know why you're not taking calls. And what I'm telling them.
This is why.
I
Because
understand.
if we didn't do this,
I understand.
we would not be this far.
But I have a question about
Yeah.
it, right? So what I've been saying to them, right, is that my understanding is that when you were taking calls, you had not received an inquiry where you didn't have a positive answer
Yes.
as far as receiving their application. So I'm
We-
telling them, they were taking all these calls, they were taking all this time, and in every case, they had the application. It was so that's part of the reason why they're not doing it. Why
Well,
they're
in
not
some
taking
cases, we
calls
didn't
now.
have the application. And so it was taken away from my staff to have to provide an answer we didn't have an answer for, or a response, because we didn't know. because we had piles. And then at the beginning, they started looking through all of them.
Right.
And we had thousands, on our table at a moment, and so that's a lot of time taken away from inputting, matrixing, and vouchering. So now that is the whole purpose. We will take calls. I believe that if there was someone that we had a missed call that was questioning if we received their application, we quickly can tell them now, yes or no.
Okay.
And then what I tell people that have had those type of questions that are calling me is, I'll walk you through the process. Can you go to clumptribes.org, hit the application, electronic application, and I walk them through it. They submit it to me, I print it, and I take it down.
Okay.
So it's that, now we're to the point that there's any discrepancies, we can quickly process those
Okay,
in that
good.
same day.
Thank you.
Starting next Wednesday, that same day, we'll be able to answer questions, process, and address any discrepancies.
Great. Member Palace?
I know hindsight's always 20/20, and we've all learned a lot through going through COVID and looking at these two separate programs. And one thing, as a first-time council member, I've learned is really trying to, we talk all the time about separation of powers and trying to separate, the government body from, the administrative body, the judicial body. But it kind of concerns me that, I personally don't like when I have a lot of those calls too. I have family members, I have friends that call me because they feel comfortable talking to me. And it's been a learning process just for myself to try to explain to tribal members that I'm not the person to call. If I don't get my child support check, I don't call the county commissioners. I don't call the city council. I call my child support caseworker. For example, I don't get child support, but that's just a hypothetical. And I think part of that is like educating our tribal members, not only like, sometimes you have to have patience. I know our staff is working hard, but then sometimes we have to, we need to just communicate better is the only thing I would be critical about. If we had better use of our Facebook page or our media, we could put stuff out like, this is what's going on. This is a temporary situation. This is a temporary emergency program. We're on limited time. So this is why we're doing this. So that way we're not getting those influx of calls, whether it's coming to the government body or to the staff. But I just think, education is always the key component of any program that we're working on, and educating our child members to kind of learn to respect that process of not going above the staff. And that's a process I've had to learn, because I know when I first started, I want to help everybody. Yeah, call me, I'll help you, whatever you want. But then you kind of realize, like, this is actually day-to-day business, and it's not really my role as a council member to, entertain some of these questions. But again, that's a process for all of us to kind of collaborate on and learn. And I think we've done a pretty good job as a tribe on moving these programs forward. And we had kind of an incident a couple of days ago where there was a rumor circulating about how this program works, and it was a mischaracterization of this program. But I do want our child members to understand, like, how fortunate we are to even to be able to help our people in this way, because somebody who is in this county or in this state that is not a tribal member, that is going through the same impacts that COVID is having on citizens financially, they might not be able to get that help. And so we have the ability to provide assistance to our people to help them, whether they have to stay home and quarantine or they need some extra money because they lost income. We were talking about this, like how much it costs to self-isolate. If you're sick and you're sent home, if you need to buy a humidifier, you need to buy cough drops or Vicks or something like that, that stuff's expensive. And if you are already missing income or low income, that helps. So I just kind of want to remind people, I know it's a lot of pressure when people are demanding checks and stuff, but this is a privilege that we're lucky to have, and it is part of, the reason, we have a tribe is to help our people, but at the same time, we do have opportunities that other people don't have, so that needs to be respected.
And I think that, council needs to be commended for almost closely obligating a third of the CARES Act to go back to the people, our citizens. So I know that I hear the appreciation, and so thank you. And it is, people do have comments and they're thankful, so there is some positive. So thank you for them, and I'm just relaying that.
Well, thanks, Kathy.
I also, want to share that I'm just so happy to be surrounded by workers that care. And they're so compassionate, and I want to recognize them. That's Shanti Treetop, Reese Foster. I'm getting emotional. Jeanette Lewis, because I just know that they care.
Yeah.
And They haven't taken leaves, and they work through their lunch sometimes, and because they care. It's a lot.
Well, thank you for
So,
sharing that, Kathy. And thank you for caring, too.
Yeah. So then, also Radon, Weezer, Ruth Jackson, Mary Gillum Punkin, Elizabeth Barnes. She really helps with the reporting and the matrix. So they're just an awesome staff. So if you ever see them or just recognize them.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay. I don't know why I got emotional about that. But anyway, I guess I just know what their heart's in it, and they're really trying hard to get this done. Okay, on to program 2.
It's not me this time, anyway.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Are we done with program 1? Is everyone good with that report? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Thanks, Kathy.
Program 2. We are looking at, and with this program, you can see that on the matrix, you will have corresponding data from the charts that go with the numbers on the report. So we have received 3,097, which has already changed. Total process, 3,094. With that, 1,404 live in Klamath County, 1,690 live outside of Klamath County. That's an increase of 1,757 from the last report. We are hoping to have the checks out in the mail for that 3,094 by Wednesday. Total amount award, $218,500. That's an increase of $2,915,500. And that it's broke down for you on the total awarded amounts for adults is $4,608,000. Minors, $403,500. Enrolled minors in care, $124,000. And COVID-19 awards, $83,000. And just to let you know that the amount of work, and I'm just so impressed with these ladies, is that it's not a distribution and it wasn't set up. And even with a distribution, it takes 2 to 3 weeks to do a project like this with our per capita. If you look at we're running 2 programs, and just this second program alone from October 19th to this date, they have processed 3,094, treating it like a program, and doing the back end of running it like a program, and trying to get that much money out and serve that many people. That's impressive. You look at the funding awards that we get in different programs and how we have the whole year to expend that and to serve a few hundred that are eligible for those specific programs. This is huge. And so that's, I guess, why I was emotional. I know the work that's going into this. And if any auditor looks at it, they're nice files. So it's good work. With the request for assistance, there's only a little change from the last report, loss of job, reducing work hours. It went up 1%. And then the costs and expenses necessary to protect and preserve individual health went down 1%. So as you look back on your pie charts, you'll be able to see where those numbers come from. And if you have any questions on those charts after we go through this report, then we can go through those too. Tribal members who've been assisted, again, your tribal membership total is 5,589. In this second program, we've served 3,879, which is 69%, so we're close to the first program. Adults is 3,072, minors 807. The incarcerated tribal members, we have a total of 109. We have 63 applications processed. So as you look at your charts also, the first chart is the applications, and it breaks it down and shows you the total 3,097 that we've received. We've processed 3,094, but within that chart, you'll see that it identifies 58 positive cases and 25 who reside with someone that has COVID. Your residency chart has the two Klamath County, inside Klamath, or Klamath County and outside Klamath County. Your enrolled members served. So you'll see that the numbers reflect the 3,072 adults, the 807 minors, and the 63 inmates. And then your requested assistance, you'll see the numbers that are pulled from there, and that's on the first page, but it gives you a little chart of requested assistance. And then minors in care of non-tribal. This shows you 124,000 went to non-tribal members who have our children in their homes. 103,500 where the first identified child gets the 1,500, and then any other additional dependents within that household gets the 500. And that's where that breakdown comes from. So you have a total of 41 that we have identified.
Yes, Member Powers?
Is that 110 come out of the enrolled minors served as well?
So that's a whole, yeah, it's a total of 110. Enrolled term in care of a 110. The minors that received additional amount, that's at 500. So on this chart, the first, because the non-tribal member can't get the money, the first tribal child is designated the one that gets the 1,500 in that household, and then after that they get the 500. So
okay, I misread this. I was thinking, so this could be for any minor that's not in, for some reason I was thinking this was minors in like foster care.
no, it could be.
Okay. I know those numbers scared me. I was
Yeah, it's, I guess,
Okay.
we'll make that clear. It's even those that have non-tribal parents that they reside with, and the tribal parent is not in the home.
I see.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I tried looking through my mask. Oh my. Okay, so, okay.
I tried to take a drink of my drink through my mask.
Oh, that could be messy. And then the next one just shows you the total amount awarded. And then the various amounts awarded. So you'll see that there's 3,072 that received $1,500. And that came up to the 4,608,000. And then you'll see that there was 807 minors who received the 500. And when I say received, it's just included into that one household. And then the COVID awards, that comes up to 83,000. So when you add the 4,608,000, the 403,500, and the 83, and the minors in care, the 124, that's where you'll come up with the 5,218,000. So if you tried adding on the various amounts awarded, you'll be short 124, but that's where you get it on the minors in care. Anything else any questions on program 2?
Don't see any, thank you.
Huh? I do have a question though, of interpretation of the policy. And I haven't approved any yet until I get confirmation from you of how you want me to proceed with this. And so it's regarding residing, the additional 1,000 for residing with someone with COVID. And it's for those in institutions, residential care, inpatient homes. So the question is, I have one question from an inmate and one from a tribal member who is or was in a residential home. And someone in that facility had COVID. They want to know if that constitutes additional funding for residing with someone that has COVID. So up to this point, I've only approved those that actually have COVID in those type of facilities and provided the work, and or have resided in a cell with somebody that had COVID, and that was documented by the nurse and signed off on. So the question now is, will you consider, or do you consider using the data that the institutions have, saying say an institution says they have 10 positive cases of COVID in their facility, that report, does that constitute residing with Soma COVID.
Member Acosta?
When I'm thinking about this and when it involves institutions, these are organizations that should have policies, procedures, and guidelines or mandates in place to protect individuals, and also providing them the care that they need. And with this additional funds, it is specific for, just as Will had mentioned, other resources that you need to go out and buy for yourself to protect your own health and well-being. And I just don't understand how somebody who might be in a residential home or an inmate can go out and do those things on their own. So I have a conflict with that just a little bit.
And that's why there's different interpretations. That's why I wanted to bring it to you. I have them on my desk on hold until I get clarity.
Member Palace?
Yeah, this one's a hard one because a congregate living facility it could also be a college dorm. It could be a treatment facility, but I would think it would be dependent upon the type of facility, whereas let's use the example of a dorm room or a shared living space where you do have the option of leaving, but you might need to use those funds to relocate yourself. But if the person is unable to relocate themselves, I think it would be dependent upon, so if they're in a facility, that just is hard. Because, a facility, there's so many different wings and different units, and, you could be 100 rows down from the same unit from somebody in being incarcerated, but not necessarily have contact with somebody who's positive. So I think it would, but unless they have, I guess they would have to prove that they have incurred costs. So if they could prove they had incurred costs, I would support it. But if they're in a facility where they don't have incurred costs because of the situation, so like a student, they might have to, let's say they decided because of this, they're gonna rent a motel room for the week or whatnot. So I guess that's a hard one. You always bring us these hard questions,
It's
Kathy.
hard.
Member Dumont?
Because how they explained to me too was that although they're not in the same cell or room, and it's both the institution and the in-care treatment facility, they still share one shared the same kitchen, so there's that potential of contracting it. Or the inmates, they still gather in the common space areas.
So I was going to say, I completely agree with the decisions that you've made already, but I'm not comfortable making a decision about this complicated issue right now.
Okay.
I'd like for us to be able to talk about it among
Okay,
ourselves.
that's great. I just wanted to bring that to you. I have them on my desk, so if you make that decision, we can move forward and we have time.
And how many do you have pending?
I just have two that's asked about that. But then that's another question is his letter that he wrote is not just for himself, but the rest of the inmates. He's like their spokesperson. And so he felt that if we could use the report, he'd like all of the inmates that are tribal get it. So he was not just speaking for himself.
Well,
So now that would, yeah.
inmates are really a whole different situation. And even though, I don't know if this is what you meant, Jesse, that they should be taken care of, we know that they're not. The conditions that they're under are horrible, even when there is no COVID.
So I'll leave that for you guys to discuss in a work session, and then let me know on that.
Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that folks who are listening in understand that I didn't in no way meant to be critical of staff. I'm grateful for what they're doing.
Oh, I didn't take
very
that
much.
either.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't.
I think that the issue of what is and isn't day-to-day business is a hard thing.
Yeah.
Particularly because personally I feel responsible for all of it. And so when someone calls me, if I don't know the answer, I'm going to try to find out the answer. Right? Doesn't mean that I want to go around anybody whose job it is to do it. It just means I need to understand so that I can respond. Particularly, right, if it's a situation where they aren't getting responses elsewhere.
Yes.
So that's all it was. It was, I'm very grateful for what you're all doing, so.
And I really like, just that discussion because now hindsight with what Willa recommended is we should have put a notice out there for 2 weeks. We're not going to accept calls. I really had my receptionist, Henry, and Ray Don doing an excellent job. When they were calling, they were able to relay that, but we didn't put that out in writing or on our Facebook. So I really will take that advice, and that's what we'll be doing next time.
During-
Improved communication.
Oh, I'm sorry. During that point of the meeting on YouTube, there was a comment from somebody that did say, yes, put more info out on Facebook. But somebody else said, you guys are doing a great job and encourage self-care and nurture yourself. So there is a lot of support. It just, I just always go back to communication and education. I think we're all doing a good job, staff, successfully. I mean, your job is to implement these policies that we vote on. So you guys have the hard part of the job, and it's, it's hard to do, and it's a learning process for everybody, especially being in this state of emergency that we've been in. So.
Well, Kathy.
Chairman, may I?
Yes.
A comment? This is George.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Kathy and council members. And I'm watching you on YouTube and on the telephone. So I just wanted to acknowledge the work of Kathy herself and the work of the staff. And I've been talking to Kathy about, I know that the staff are skipping lunches, so I wanted to see and just make you aware that, I'd like to get maybe some pizzas for them when they are doing that, or food, so that they don't skip eating and not just skip lunches. But I wanted to particularly just thank Kathy. Amazing, and a lot of the time is taken up by doing the approvals. As soon as she puts them into the micro system, I try to get them approved within an hour at least, if not sooner. So it has been taking up a lot of our time, and I know Kathy's time is swamped by this, but my time and everybody else's that's working on this. So I just wanted to thank Kathy for it, and thank you for letting me make that comment.
And I always forget finance, and I don't know how we can ever forget finance. Without them, we would not be able to even do this. So, their staff too included is just on top of the millions that we're all managing already of funding, with the other programs. And this program is just an addition to that. So it is, it's good to be at this point. Let's just say that. It feels good. And, but finance too. They recognize the finance staff for all their hard work also.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, we certainly appreciate all the hard work you folks are doing. And you too, George, you're a part of this
Yes.
too, so thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Councilman.
Chairman,
Is that
before,
it?
just as an opportunity to do a little PR for tribal members that may be listening, I wanted to make sure that tribal members know that if they are dealing with COVID, I'm dealing with several tribal members now, to please make sure they reach out to me, if anybody, in regards to being able to quarantine, isolate, additional funding, supports, prescription deliveries, food deliveries, on and on. So I wanted to just make sure that you, Chairman, and the council were letting tribal members know that if they're directly dealing with COVID, to please reach out to us so that we can try to help and make their transition to a healthy self again easier. But I wanted to take that opportunity, Chairman.
Thank you, George. I appreciate that. Do you think that came across pretty loud, Joe? Loud enough for folks to hear? Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right. So the next item is the technology project. Kathy, do you know if Troy's going to join us, or? Okay.
Dawn, can I
Yes,
interject
yes.
real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
If because, and maybe we do or we don't, but to acknowledge these amounts in the tribal council meetings, that we're at least acknowledging that we know what the amounts are, because I do know that these funds are going to be audited. I don't know if we should or shouldn't be acknowledging, but I think it should be at least in some minutes that council is fully aware.
So, I mean,
It's kind of a question for Roberta, maybe, or Brandy, but she's not here.
I do include the reports, Kathy's reports, when she gives us a written report, and normally note the amount of money that has been issued for each program. Is that what you're asking, Ellsworth?
Yes.
Okay.
great.
So I will make sure that I do include that for auditing purposes, I guess.
Yes, Member Dumont?
I have a question for the general manager. Do we know, is this technology report, is this going to include the work that's being done under Director Bettles?
Yes, Julie is aware that she is going to be giving a report today, so Troy and Julie were both made aware and intentionally acknowledged that they would be providing a report today. So I can reach out to
Okay.
Julie and make sure she's ready to go too.
Thank you.
Great,
So
thanks.
it's 11:45 now. Do we want to continue with that, or maybe give them a chance to be ready and move to a different item?
Yeah, how long is the report? Are they ready, George? And how long do you suspect the report would be? Yeah, they're not
I
here.
don't suspect I don't believe Troy's report would be that long, Chairman. But I don't think Troy and Julie could do it in 15 minutes.
Okay, well, that's helpful. So I know Kathy went to go check on Troy and get them to come. So we can move down to another incident and come back to that. Well, we have a 1 p.m., so it'll have to be after that, later after that.
That, chairman's report, item 1A, that would be closed session, so maybe we could do that one and do that, because that shouldn't take that long, but I don't think that should be on my screen.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we could, well, we have Troy just walk through now. I mean, would it be appropriate to do just Troy's portion of the report and Julie later? Let's do it that way. That we can absolve Troy from hanging around all day waiting for us. So if the council's up for that, let's have Troy move forward with his portion. Yeah, there's,
Also, Chairman,
yes.
did you look at your emails? Dr. O'Larrabee sent a revised report. He is also on the line,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
I don't think we have sufficient time before lunch to hear his report.
Yeah, let's handle this with Troy, and Doctor, we'll have to have you come back a little bit later. So if you can join us, we do have 1 p.m. Project that I'm not sure, so I would say be ready after 1:30-ish to come on.
And then also, there's a couple of questions on the live stream that if Kathy's in the auditorium, may be helpful for her to answer.
She did step out, and I don't know if that's something that George could answer or if Kathy's on. Let's move forward with Troy, and then George, could you text Kathy to have her ready to answer a couple of those questions?
I will, Chairman. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of extra noise in the background. So whoever's on the phone, if you could mute your phone, if you're not talking, so I'd appreciate that. I hear a lot of, it sounds like papers rustling or something. So Troy, thanks for joining us. We'll appreciate you coming forward to give us a report. And it's nice to see some of the equipment up here in the room. I know we're getting close, so thanks.
Yeah. Yes, we're getting close. They'll be back starting on Monday, because this is Friday. Yeah. They'll be back on Monday. They're going to install the last TV monitors and from the ceiling. And then after that, they'll start installing the equipment to attach everything together. They're programming the equipment right now. It's with their program tech. So they're programming all the monitor in and out feeds, all the mic feeds coming in and out. So he's working on that right now as well. So hopefully here, maybe next week, we'll be either completed or right at completion, pretty close on this project.
Oh, great. Yes, Member Doyle.
So I just wanted to make sure that the closure of the building was not affecting the work on the technology.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No. No, we've allowed them in because they're only coming into the auditorium to do their work, and there's only 1 to 2 guys that are here, so it hasn't affected that. The main effect has been weather, because they're coming over from Medford. So there's been a couple days they couldn't make it over the hill.
And I know there were some parts that were back ordered, I think microphones, if I remember
Yes.
right. Did those come in?
As far as I know, when I was last updated, they should be in by now. I'll know more Monday when he shows up if they are or not. But I believe they should be in.
Thank you. And what about the remote locations. Everything proceeding okay
Yeah,
at
we
Dos
have,
Ogigawa? and-
we have the monitors, we have all the equipment that we need, the cameras, the computers, so we have all that. So we're ready to install those once we, get those locations ready.
Okay.
Internet's a big issue down in Beatty, because there just doesn't seem to be enough bandwidth speed for the video connection, so we're trying to figure something out on that.
I'm thinking that once we have this stuff up, we're going to want to go pretty quickly, because it's been a long time since we've had a general council meeting.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Any questions or comments, folks? Troy, thanks for the report. I'm glad we're moving forward, so thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Kathy, I saw Kathy pop her head in. Is she still available? Yeah, there's a couple questions that came through. I haven't been on the YouTube live stream. There are a couple questions that we had for her, so she'll be in just momentarily. Then we'll break for lunch and come back for 1 o'clock for on the Glass Butte Communication Project. I can still hear quite a bit of rustling in the background. I'm not sure who that is, where it's coming from, but I suspect since all the, that it's on the phone, somebody that's on the phone there. Yes, Kathy, somebody want to ask the questions? I didn't see them. Okay, Member Palace?
So we're going to go over some of the questions that tribal members had on the YouTube chat. And then also, if you're on the phone, somebody, could you please mute your phone? Because that's really loud. There's a television or something on in somebody's background. Okay, so the first question is, if we already received our COVID-19 emergency funds and weren't infected or living with someone that's infected at the time we received our funds but contracted COVID-19 at a later time, do we get additional funds?
Yes.
So,
So they've already received their 1,500, and then someone in the household gets has a positive.
or they themselves, yeah.
Yes, they get an additional 1,000. They just need to send me the results in and identify who that person is and how they reside in their home.
Okay, and then the second question is, can a non-tribal member adult in a household get $1,000 who tested positive for COVID?
No.
Okay, and then they said, can someone mute the video games in the background? It's very disruptive and distracting.
I agree with that one.
Yeah.
Secretary, could you share how to mute yourselves in case maybe they don't know how? By the phone number, is it, I mean, besides muting their phone, if they're like on a landline, is there like a star pound or something they have to push, or what is the?
I think I'm not sure whether it's *6 or what it is for sure, but I think it may be *6.
Maybe.
Did that do
Somebody
it?
just did it, I believe.
Thank
How do you
you.
under-
Is there any other questions?
*6 is correct. *6 mutes you.
Great,
Okay, and then to unmute, you just *6 again if you need to speak.
great.
Okay.
Okay, that did it. That's the questions. That brings us to 11:54. I recommend, well, we're going to recess for lunch. You can come back with the Glass Butte Communication Project and move forward from there. And there is one closed session issue that we're going to address under me. We'll see how that better fits after the end of the, it might be at the end of the day. So we'll recess for lunch. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for everybody for joining us, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Okay, thanks, folks, for joining us. We're back in session here. I've got 102. Next up, we have some visitors to do a presentation on the Glass Butte Communication Project. Perry, our Culture and Heritage Department Director, will lead us through and introduce us to our visitors. And I think it looks like we're going to be ready for a PowerPoint presentation. And Mandy's joining us too from staff. So Perry, I'll turn it over to you if you'd like to get us to move forward. There may be a wireless mic that was floating around, or there was earlier, but you could use that one certainly.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Council, and we appreciate the time today that you've given us to do this presentation. This is a project where they're going to put communication facilities on top of Glass Butte, on top of existing communication facilities. And so when they came to this a few years back, it's been quite a few years, we went up there and had a look. Initially, we were told that there were no cultural resources on the Butte. There, in fact, was many cultural resources on the Butte. As a matter of fact, the Butte and the little Butte next to it were both connected in a place that we would go and gather aboriginally, us and about 5 different tribes. And so we asked for cultural resource surveys, and many sites were found up there. It's in an area that was initially impacted back in the 70s, before the tribes actually even had a voice on cultural resources. And so they put many communication facilities up on top of it. We had asked them to keep the project within the footprint of the existing impacts. So that's what they did. And like I said, we went over many acres doing cultural resource surveys to get a bigger look at what we had. And so today we have Ryan Griffin. He's an archaeologist from Prineville District BLM. And we've got Mrs. Amanda Roberts. She's a field manager, Central Oregon Field Office. And they're going to give you a PowerPoint presentation on exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So at this time,
I was going to ask Perry, well, feel free to move forward. I know sometimes it's difficult for our folks to listen, that are listening in, to see the maps and the PowerPoint. Could you describe where Glass Butte is?
okay, Glass Butte is east of Bend, Oregon, about 73 miles, I believe. How it works, our Aboriginal territories stop short of Bend, Oregon, about 2 miles. But as Highway 20 goes out of Bend going east, it drops down into our Aboriginal territories. And so Glass Butte sits within inside our Aboriginal territories. But like I had mentioned, it was shared by many tribes. Burns Paiute, Fort Bidwell. As a matter of fact, some Glass Butte obsidian was found, traded, all the way over in Philadelphia. Mr. Orcutt, he was the patriarch of the Orcutt family from Hoopaw, was said to have went up there on horseback to gather obsidian to make the giant spiritual blades that they dance with in the pits in Hoopaw. And there was a book written by Dan Stuber that had a picture of Mr. Orcutt. So the tradition of gathering obsidian from this butte runs deep, and it is in our northern territories.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Griffin? Or Miss Roberts?
Thank you, Curtis.
You bet.
Are you ready for the PowerPoint now? I am, and if you all are, I'll first introduce myself, but first I'd like to say thank you for having us. Thank you, Perry, for the introduction. This is one part us presenting, but it's also a significant part, hopefully, us listening. I think more significant than our presentation is hearing from you concerns on the potential effect of, can you hear me? Should I step a little closer?
Yeah, that'd be, thank you.
And please direct me if there's a better way to communicate with folks who are remote or yourselves. First off, I'm Amanda Roberts, and I'm the field manager for the Central Oregon Field Office. I moved here with my family of 2 small toddlers, a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, and my husband about a year ago for this position to work with the Bureau of Land Management. Officially, I am the line officer for this area, but what that means is for a time while I'm here, I get to help steward the land on behalf of the BLM. And so part of this process for us is understanding, conveying what this project is, and then hearing from you what the effects are for the tribe and considerations. This is I'm not going to say it's the first piece of the process, because I think the first piece of the process started many years ago. This is one component of a formal process in which we'll talk about effects. And then hopefully we will, if off-site mitigation is a consideration, then that conversation can happen between you all and AT&T. And we're happy to have that happen and help steward that piece of the conversation along. So first I'll give some background on the project, and then there will be pieces where I'll go back and ask for input specifically on each major component of the project. I want to be most respectful of your time. How much time are we allotted? And if you need more, what is...
We didn't actually block out a specific time, but we do have a number of agenda items, so would half an hour be sufficient?
Yes,
Okay.
and stop me anywhere
Okay.
or speed me up. I'm
Okay.
on your schedule.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll come down that way, yeah, so I could listen in, so, or view.
Great. I think so. It's up to them. Oh, I just went presentation mode, but there we go.
We're good.
Okay. And we do, and are there people seeing this virtually? Should I try to be descriptive in addition? Or are the council members all here?
They're watching on live stream, so.
Okay, so be descriptive.
Yes, that'd be helpful.
Okay. And it's a fairly robust project, so I may go quickly. Feel free to please ask questions. This is for you and for us to listen. So AT&T is proposing to build a communication tower on Glass Butte on a 50 by 50 foot lease area on BLM managed lands. In addition, there's a 10.5 mile long dirt and gravel road and 3 staging areas along the way. So that's what we'll be talking about to describe where the impact of the area is. We described already that it's 50 miles west of Burns, near Highway 20. It's about 112 miles northeast of Chiloquin. A little bit foggy on the map, but the arrow describes a little bit where the proposed lodge location is at Glass Butte. And here's a topographic representation. The road, the blue line is the road coming in. The green triangle and the little red is where the proposed site is. I imagine Glass Butte is familiar visually to many folks. This is on the highway headed toward Hampton, Oregon. So the proposal is to build and lease this cell tower. The purpose of the cell tower is one part communication. And then I recently learned that another piece of major component is because it will allow 911 services. This is an outcome of 9/11 when first responders were responding to an emergency and the communications all got blocked because too many people, everybody was making a call at all the same times. And I'm not the technology wizard, but they've found a way to allow what's called a first net channel so that first responders have priority in the case of wildland fire, any kind of emergency. So I don't think it's the exclusive reason for this tower. I know that it's a component of why this tower is going in. I think the other is that it's the communication site. So AT&T applies for rights of way for BLM, and we need to hear what some of the effects are from our important partners if that tower does indeed go in. It falls within an existing and disturbed communication site. So there are 6 other rights of way at towers up there, and so this tower will be clustered with those, and you'll see some photos of what it might look like. So our goal is to consult with the affected tribes and the State Historic Preservation Office, the public, and the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. Consultation, we've been undertaking this conversation since 2013, as Perry described, and these are some folks who have been present. I think some very familiar names. At the time, Gary Frost was chairman. Perry's been involved. Mr. Gentry's you've been involved. And I think the bold is people who have been in person in the past. And these are from notes, so there may be year errors or something that might need correction, but this is our best recollection. And then with Burns, Paiute, and the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, these are the folks who have been involved in the conversation as well.
May I ask, when you say involved, you mean contacted? I don't recall having a lot of direct communication about that. Is that what you mean by being involved? What was now?
So it was before my time, so Ryan?
Yeah, I could speak to that.
Will you come up here so that anyone virtual? And repeat his question.
Chairman Gentry was asking what type of involvement each people have had. And so the involvement with Chairman Gentry, that would have been a letter sent from the BLM to the Klamath tribes. And we've been working very closely with Perry for a long time. Does that help answer it? Okay, thank you.
And we know you have many projects coming your way in lots of ways, so I'm happy to clarify in any direction. So these are the current communication towers and buildings on Glass Butte in particular. And this is where the proposed AT&T tower would go. Again, another representation of where the proposed communication site would go. And the existing communication sites are in the green blocks. There's nothing to skip in this slide, it's just hard to read, but the red is the proposed site as well. These are just the names of the right-of-way holders at these other sites. These green places, the green numbers 1 through 7, are the rights-of-way of existing sites and when the grant was issued. So the purpose of the BLM consultation with the tribe is to discuss and consider the tribal views and seek agreement when feasible, to understand about any adverse effects from the project on cultural resources, and consult any mitigation that would resolve any adverse effects. And so there's a series of places where the proposed projects overlap with cultural resources, and this was based on the survey. It overlaps with 2 cultural resource areas, the Glass Buttes TCP, Traditional Cultural Property, and Cultural Resource Site that are numbered. I'll call this 106. The staging areas overlap with 4 sites, and the proposed project access road overlaps with, I think that's about 9 sites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 sites. The Glass Butte's traditional cultural property includes Glass Butte landforms and locations on the landforms used by tribal members. We understand this, that it's an important area for you. I'm sure there's much more to learn. There's cultural and religious significance. You all could tell me more about that, and we're aware of that. And BLM recognizes the need to identify Glass Butte's, the Glass Butte TCP in 2013, and it was after it was made known to us because of you all, so thank you. Again, the location in context for the Glass Butte's TCP boundary. This is not all of the recognized boundary, but it is for the purposes of Glass Butte's and this particular tower. Some information that BLM knows and understands. Obsidian's been gathered and crafted into stone tools since time immemorial. It's been used throughout Oregon and the Pacific Northwest, may be found far, far away. Obsidian is in a variety of colors, and that there are many cultural resource sites located at Glass Butte's, as well as stacked rock features used for purposes that are better known to you than me. Our understanding of the significance of Glass Butte's is indicated in cultural and resource studies. There's much more information that you all have regarding traditional practices that's not been shared, and that's just fine. What I think is important for us to know is that we need to understand that it's very important. A new cell tower, building generator, and propane tank, those are the items that would be up there. They'd adversely affect the physical materials and visual setting of Glass Butte's TCP. So the purple line in this photo is what we have done our best visual guess for what the visual impact and where that would be to try to help visualize it. So the footprints outlined in purple, the cell tower on wheels would be removed, and what would be replaced would be the more significant tower. A different view. And I'm hurrying a little here to make sure I have more time to listen, so please stop me, but I'm going to go a little bit fast. This is what is most important to me to understand. The communication site is going to do a little bit of trenching, some excavation and construction that would require the removal of about 4,000 cubic feet of bedrock from the proposed communication site. From the tribe's point of view, can you share with us, with BLM, what the negative physical effects would occur to the Glass Butte's TCP and traditional practitioners from the removal of bedrock and construction of the proposed communication site? And
Yeah?
yes.
I'd like to do that right now real quick.
Yep. And I want to make sure I'm catching all the photos if needed.
In 1973, when these facilities were put up there, the tribes had no voice. We had no way to protect this spiritual and alive mountain. Now that we do, it's time to consider the effects, consider our feelings, our religious state up there. Anything that happens to that mountain happens to us. I know it's open to the general public, and a lot of times when they have their gathering up there to gather obsidian, which you guys permit in March, a lot of stuff happens up there. We know it belongs to you. But we ask that you take into account the spiritual integrity of the mountain and take into account our ability to return there to practice religious practices up there. I know it's all bedrock and the top of the mountain has been pretty much destroyed, but the mountain still holds a special place in our heart. Because when you stand on this mountain, you can look 100 miles in all directions. This is a place that we went to get close to our Creator's ears. This is a place we went to send messages to our other tribal members at different spots over 100 miles away. On a clear night, it's a special place. It's like you're living amongst the stars. It's a very important place for us. And it's not just us. It's a lot of other tribes. As I had mentioned when I first started talking, the patriarch of the Orcutt family used to go up there and take obsidian, take resources from there. And they still dance with these resources in pits. And they've been doing it for hundreds of years. So it shows you that it's not just special to the Klamath tribes, it's special to everybody. But now, since the 70s, I asked you to listen and hear from the Klamath tribes on how important it is to us.
Thank you. We welcome more and additional feedback if and when you have it, and we'll continue on. That's one question, and I've got a handful more that are very similar. So thank you. I'm going to keep going, and at the end, we'll make sure that all the views have been shared. Is there a question over Zoom? Okay, I just heard something.
We'll visit we're live streaming, and some of us are monitoring the chat box, and we give you follow-up questions that come in.
That works great. In this hybrid of meetings and electronics, we understand. So there's the new cell tower building, generator, and tank. These effects would last at least for 30 years, or the life of the right-of-way, including the addition of a 100-foot tall tower to the view shed. And I'm going to show a few slides, and then I'd like to hear again from the tribe's point of view. Please share with BLM what the negative visual effects that would occur to the Glass Buttes TCP. And I recognize the comments you just made, Perry, are relevant very likely through all of this, and we can make note of that. We just want to make sure we're pointing out all of the effects that we understand. And so if you'd like to repeat, we are happy to hear if there's something new. We just want to make sure we're trying to bring light to all the effects that we're noticing. Gosh, it's even hard to read. The middle one is, these are existing towers. Ryan, is that the visual? The arrow is the visual?
The middle one's a simulation. The other two.
Thank you. The middle tower that you see here is the simulation of what's getting proposed. That tower doesn't currently exist. That's the one we're talking about. The purple in this map is where our best understanding of the view shed of where that tower would be visible from. And the scale is hard to see. I think the scale is 50 miles. And so it's a long way, more than 100 miles, as noted. And so we'd like to understand if there's any particular concerns, what negative visual effects would occur to Glass Buttes and traditional practitioners from the proposed 100-foot tall tower and communication site. So this question is particularly around the height or the visual.
So as Perry mentioned, some of the development that occurred was prior to the Klamath tribes being restored, and we weren't as organized in protecting all of our interests in our Aboriginal homeland. And First question, was this always under BLM management, when the first projects occurred? Okay. And then, it sounds like there are several different project proponents, different ownerships and different rights of way associated with this. And I know this is a new project, I guess, on top of other projects that have already impacted the sites. And, the awkward situation is this is coming to our attention and we have the ability to address this significantly after the fact. And there's real interest, I would think, in mitigating any negative impacts that have occurred throughout all the disturbance that's occurred, unfortunately. And I would believe, from what I know of our traditional practitioners and how we visited other areas that have been impacted by projects, some individuals may not even feel comfortable going up there and using as they had traditionally because of the visual impacts that have already occurred. Because, being in places where you see, construction and significant alteration of the landscape and of the site, it has an impact on people's feeling and perspectives when they're there on the site. And some of the places that people like to go to pray and to practice their religion and culture, the visuals and aesthetics are a significant part of that. So I would venture to say, and I think Perry may be able to affirm this, and others on the Culture and Heritage Committee and others in our community, and this is not even related to historic practices and current practices. Our responsibility is to look and protect the ability of our tribal members to exercise their religion and their cultural and their spiritual practices wherever they have in the past, and provide that opportunity into the future. So we know times change, things change. But so what I just wanted to just point that out, that there have already been impacts that have occurred. It might be an awkward thing in some respects to require the current proponent for this smaller project to mitigate the impacts that have already occurred. And part of the question, this was authorized and allowed by the federal agencies. It seems difficult to require a new proponent at this late time to mitigate for all the impacts. So I just wanted to raise that, and I would just say that I would think that the BLM and the federal government that has treaties with tribes and that trust responsibility, and of course we know how the Native American Religious Freedom Act works and those kind of things that are in place now, still and even those laws are often not strong enough to protect our interests and our future uses. So I just wanted to point that out. That's a significant concern, to mitigate for those past impacts. And I think the federal government has a responsibility in helping us with that. And our responsibility at the tribal council level, is really clear in our constitution, in our tribal council bylaws. What our responsibility is to protect and preserve and enhance our treaty resources. And so I think we need to take the strongest position possible, in communicating that and protecting the interests of our members, irrespective of how many people have used the area, intend to use the area, or may use the area in the future. That's our responsibility. And so we need to take a real strong position at the tribal council level to make sure that the appropriate mitigation does happen. And it may be too late for some individuals. There is a certain amount of subjectivity of our members where they go, where they exercise their traditions and cultures and culture. We have our Paiute people, Yuskin Paiute people, our Modoc people, our Klamath people. We just need to protect the interests. We need to mitigate the impacts, consult with our folks, our traditional practitioners, and get their input and recommendations. And unfortunately, I'm concerned that because these impacts have happened prior to you getting here, and by these other project proponents, there's already significant impacts that we must require that they be mitigated. And that could mean somehow trying to make up for the lost opportunity for tribal members to...
online.
Thank you, Doctor. But, mitigate those losses that can't be mitigated unless you totally take the towers down and rehab the site, and who knows what was displaced with the previous activities. And I'm not aware of all the cultural features there, but place is important. That's why those features are there, and our people there, whether they're cairns or places where people collected and napped arrowheads, even that, there's a lot of significance there. From what I understand of our culture and have learned, our hunters, when they napped the arrowheads, there was a lot of ceremony and ritual around that. And even when they're napping their arrowheads, there's prayers. And so those things are, I'm just pointing out from my limited understanding in the things that I've learned over the years, just being a tribal member from our elders and folks and other projects like this, just letting you know that we need to take a strong position to mitigate from those past impacts. And I believe that the federal government has a responsibility to assist in that. Thank you. Yes, Clay?
Yeah, I wanted to add on to what the chairman is saying, particularly about this being complicated, given that we're 3 tribes, and that this is Paiute country out there. Without laying the blame on any individual that's currently involved, there is going to be significant angst and anger, I'm guessing, from our tribal members. I noticed that you cited sentiment from Perry, I think in the 3rd paragraph of the letter, where he's pointing out that this is the sort of thing that we take to our general council, right, which is our highest political body. They give direction to us. So again, without blaming any currently involved individuals, this going back to 2013, and we saw some names up there of folks who had been consulted, but what consulting actually means. I think you heard the chairman say, well, he wasn't even aware, right, because he gets a lot of these dear leader, dear tribal chair kinds of letters. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that this is happening, but I'm not sure what your timeline is, what you're thinking about. But given that we have this pandemic going on, and given the level of anger, frankly, that's liable to be out there from tribal members, we need to think about how we can get you in front of them, how they can participate in this process, going forward here.
Thank you for that. We have a couple more questions and making sure that we're comprehensively trying to understand, and then maybe after that we can talk a little bit about next steps in process for what works best. So in looking at where, as we described earlier in the first one, there's 3 kind of distinct parts of the project. There's the footprint of the tower and the propane tank and the stuff that will go on top. There's the road, and then there are staging areas. And so we just discussed visual effects that would occur from the 100-foot tall tower. Go ahead.
Our tribal chairman said some good words, and our chairperson Dumont said some good words. One thing you need to keep in mind about this area is we not only went up there to pray at a distance, but it was so significant that we were at a distance praying to there. So when you add these other shiny buildings, or you make this other loud noise, you affect us 100 miles away from what we see. We expect solace. We expect peace. We don't expect intrusion visually. And those are some of the impacts that need to be recognized. By putting stuff up there and having stuff up there, even when we didn't have a voice, you impacted traditional practitioners, religious traditional practitioners, over 100 miles away, looking at that mountain. It's not just from the mountain away, it's to that mountain. Thank you.
Thank you. Of the cultural resource sites that we surveyed or that were surveyed up there, there's about a 2% overlap in where that footprint of the tower is. There were no known cultural features or artifacts within the communication site construction footprint, just that larger footprint. It has been disturbed and graded there, and the bedrock is located just below ground. And so from the tribe's point of view, please share with BLM what negative physical effects could occur to the cultural resource site. And we're identifying a particular site from the proposed excavation. And I believe there's a photograph. Okay, so the orange line is the cultural resource site. And the green, again, is the physical footprint of where the tower is proposed to go. And so the question the question in this particular case is specific around the cultural resource site there. One distinction that I think is helpful is using the term in general mitigation. BLM often thinks from our purposes that we're thinking on-site mitigation. How can we mitigate the visual impact if there's a way? How could we mitigate protection for the resource site that is in the orange in that bubble? I understand that off-site mitigation is also very important and a different component of the conversation. And I want to make sure that, and I believe I'm tracking how I understand that, but I just wanted to bring a little bit of attention to that, because in addition to the off-site mitigation, if there are ways or specific ways that you think we could improve an impact, don't know if that's the best way to say that, mitigate an impact on site, we're also interested in hearing that. And so this question is specific to the area around where this proposed footprint would be, with some visuals of what that looks like and what we believe that impact would look like from a photographic perspective. Is there, do you have anything to share about this question is particular around to kind of that 2% in that cultural site?
So you're asking more about specifically about physical impacts to the site? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm asking about both, but where BLM's role has more direct, where BLM has more direct discretion is in the on-site mitigation and impact to the site, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, obviously avoidance of any known artifacts or sites. Probably Perry and staff could probably speak to that a little bit more about some of the practical things. You know, there's always a risk of disturbing things subsurface that we're not aware of, and we do have even concerns about using probes and, those kind of things, because potentially disturbance sites, so I know that's problematic in identifying things. But obviously, avoidance, if this project moves forward, it's not avoiding the site, but there's potential to disturb unknown artifacts, so a certain detail level of survey is important, I would think. I'm not sure what other measures. I would leave that up to, Cultural and Heritage Department, and, maybe Clay has some things to add. But I'm not sure what would mitigate in terms of visuals effects, from a distance. There's visuals when you're right on site, and as Perry said, visuals from a distance. So, those are the things I know of, but I'll turn that over to other folks.
So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear, right? And the first question there, and I know the slides came before this conversation, but have all the tribes' views been shared, right? So, Perry's the head of our Culture and Heritage Department, and we're the elected representatives. But the answer to that, unless you're in a general council meeting, is no, right? We can't tell you that all of the tribes' concerns and views have been aired unless we have you in front of our general membership and they have enough time and enough notice to know, right, that this is going to be on an agenda. So I'm concerned that this not be seen as satisfying the consultation part of the 106 process. Right? This is a good first step, but it's not anywhere near what needs to happen. I just want to make sure I was clear about that. Okay, thank you.
Chairman?
Yes.
This is Ellsworth.
Go ahead, Ellsworth.
So, the questions that they always get asked, how do we mitigate for this? And I guess my best way to put that is, how do you mitigate going into a church and tearing it to pieces, but leaving the pews? And you ask them there at church, how do you mitigate? How do we actually make this better? And I think the answer is you can't. You don't. You just don't. You don't do that. And I think that's the way that a lot of our traditional practitioners, the folks that go out and still enjoy these areas, and they go up and they may not be doing prayer because that's kind of a different mentality from when I go out into the areas that I go into. I go up and I think it was actually well phrased. It's the place, and it's not always the specific artifact. And once you go disturb the place, sure, the artifacts can be salvaged and saved, and you can go around them. But what you do is you destroy everything around it. And so to ask that question and it seems like that tribes across the nations get asked those questions, and I don't think non-natives that they don't go to these areas to enjoy them for the way that we enjoy them. It's not, and I hate to use the term a fair question, but that's the closest way I can put that is you just don't do it. You don't go in those areas. You don't disturb them. You don't. Obviously, they've already been disturbed. But I think if you're presenting to our general counsel, you're going to hear a lot of the same things that I've said. Is you just don't do it because that's not, you wouldn't go into a church to disturb them.
Well, this question, Perry Choctu, Director of the Culture and Heritage Department. This question, what negative physical effects would occur to cultural resource site 152349-106? The structural integrity, the spiritual integrity, would be destroyed. You know, it may not seem much to some people. Just like Ellsworth said, you don't understand. And these sites mean something to us. Our ancestors created these sites. And they do mean something to us. They have an emotional meaning, a spiritual meaning, a physical meaning. And for them to be destroyed, like was said, you know, since 73. You know, and every March they have a big celebration at the base of this hill where they go all over both these mountains and pick obsidian. And that's been going on for, I believe, over 50 years. This is a mess, actually. This mountain's a mess. And I'm not sure how you're going to fare in front of General Council, because our people know it's a mess. We've been up there, we have altercations with people up there gathering obsidian for our use. You know, it's just a tough one. But like I told you early on, you're going to have to do this presentation not only, you know, to the Culture and Heritage Committee, not only the Tribal Council, but the General Council too. And that's where you're going to hear some of the older folks that go back into these areas and use part of their spirit to gather this without even touching the rock. It's hard to explain. But you need to understand that this means more to us than a 911 callability. It means more to us than a paycheck or a grant of money to do a project. This is on a spiritual level. This one here should have been brought to the tribes in the 70s, because we've told you, go away, go somewhere else to put it. You know, leave our mountain alone. This one's really special. And for members of the audience, if you haven't been to the top of Glass Butte, I suggest you go. It's just being there is very spiritual. It makes the hair stand up on your arms thinking about it. And I'm a flint napper, so I've gathered obsidian up there. The obsidian I've gathered up there is in graves with people. I've buried blades with people. It's sitting around different tribal chairmen's necks from things I've made, from tribal people, traditional practitioners' necks. They have knives I've made. They have arrowheads I've made. It's just, it's hard to explain what negative physical effects would occur, because it's vast. It's vast. You know, we're just a small voice out here, but I tell you, we won't quit sharing it. We'll keep saying it, that these places need to be stopped being impacted across the board. What scares me about this is what's next. Wagon Tire, the Warners, Lake Abert, you know. And as I get older, I see these places being impacted where you can't take this away. This isn't going to heal. There's no Band-Aid for this. So it's just hard. It's hard to describe what negative physical effects would occur. Hopefully you listen to us, and hopefully you come back and you listen to some of our other people too, General Council, because I know they'll have a lot to say.
Thank you. I want to be respectful of time, your time, and I appreciate the input. The slides, as we continue, go forth, and what they do is they are particular about a given site, a given surveyed resource site, looking at staging areas 1, 2, and 3, overlapping cultural property. And we are proposing that the staging areas be redesigned and fenced so that the staging areas wouldn't overlap and potentially affect the identified cultural resources. We also are proposing the fencing so that from the staging areas, they don't creep beyond what the disturbed site is on the road. So for instance, you can see the blue is the cultural resource site boundary, and the staging area is what we're proposing in red, and making sure that it doesn't go beyond that with fencing. This is a different photo of that same area and where the fences would go. This is the second staging area. The blue circles an identified cultural resource site, and this is up the hill toward the top of the mountain before it curves around, as you can see. And the staging area is proposed in red away from that particular cultural resource site. Nothing was identified in the staging area 2. An odd visual with the purple. And then staging area 3, the same thing, just ensuring that it's fenced and outside of what has been identified as a cultural resource site to try to reduce the impact, the potential impact if it was fenced off. And it's the size of the staging area compared to the Ford Explorer. Described that it would be temporarily fenced. Do you have additional views in particular to the staging areas where we could potentially reduce effects to cultural resource sites?
Okay, I'll just respond really quick. You know, when we talk about cultural resource sites, you're mainly talking about known physical cultural resources that are there, because the whole site is a cultural resource site. So I just wanted to note that. I guess that's what I was trying to get at earlier. If you're talking about impacts to known physical resources, you know, that's I guess just a little different nuance there. So this seems to be an attempt to avoid physical disturbance of known sites by avoidance.
Correct, and it's a little bit of BLM's language, not necessarily matching your language.
Yeah, okay. So, Clay, and then there are some questions that our members have that we'll vet those and then try to move on as quickly as we can from there. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually think your last comment captured what I was going to say. I mean, I think that part of what's happening here is we're handicapped by the way that archaeology has thought about these things, that those kinds of concepts are in the National Historic Preservation Act language. And we're talking in the way that Ellsworth did a while ago about, you know, a cathedral or a church. And so one of the things that I've tried to say to other land use agencies is, you know, imagine going into, you know, a big Catholic cathedral and putting up a cell tower, and then saying, but we'll put a fence around the staging area while we're putting up the cell tower in the middle of your cathedral, right? It's absurd. So I don't know quite how to fix that, given that we have the law and we have the act, but I'm just trying to save you some pain when this comes to being presented to our members, because they're going to come at it, many of them, in the way that we're describing to you. So I don't know if there's a way to obviate that by adjusting your presentation a little bit to appreciate, you know, how they're going to see things or not. But I just wanted to put that out there one more time.
Thank you.
Yes.
So we did have a couple comments from tribal members who are watching the live stream, but I just wanted to say that, you know, I agree with everything that the other council members have said, but one of the problems that I see is that every year we're losing more and more of these spaces. And every year we have more and more companies from whatever different kind of companies that are trying to do projects coming before us, wanting our blessing. And it's, you know, it gets harder each time, you know, the more sites that we lose. And they're always the most significant sites. It's never something that's not that significant to us. all of it's really significant. And so that makes it harder to make these decisions. And I just, I mean, figure a council 20 years from now, they're going to be faced with even tougher decisions because we're going to have less to protect. And it's our job to protect this. And some of the comments on the live feed, we have a tribal member that said sacred areas need to be fought for by all tribal members. And the way tribes are taught to think, we have to think, you always hear the 7 generations, but that means our grandchildren's grandchildren. We have to think about not just the tribal members that are alive today, but the ones that are going to be here in the future and what we have left for them. We have another comment from a tribal member that says, my son and I gathered obsidian there in the past. And so part of that decision making means that, is his son going to be able to share that with his son and his grandson and so on. And then we have another comment, tribal members needed to be notified about this so we can all state our views, which is what Council Member Dumont was touching on. Then we have a tribal member that says, how would this increase effectiveness for those tribal members who need better service there in Klamath and Chiloquin surrounding areas so that they may be able to benefit from better self-service while still protecting the geological importance of the items there traditional to the people whom use these sites for ceremony?
Will you slow down just a little?
Yeah.
These are important, and you're a fast talker.
Well, those are the comments that were on there, those
Okay.
that I already stated. Would you like me to repeat them?
At least the last one, please.
So the last one was, how would this increase effectiveness for those tribal members who need better service there in Klamath and Chiloquin surrounding areas so that they may be able to benefit from better cell service while still protecting the geological importance of the items that are traditional to the people whom use these sites for ceremony?
Ryan, did you catch the other comments?
I can reread them. I was just kind of going along with, because a lot of them are also touching on what was already said, but the first one was sacred areas need to be fought for by all tribal members. The second one was the tribal members needed to be notified about this so we can state our views. Another comment was, my son and I have gathered obsidian there in the past. So it was those 4 comments. And then I said what I thought about them. So that might have been confusing because that wasn't all one comment.
I think just the last comment might be implied that, for the potential loss and the impacts, how does this even benefit the tribes? In other words, there's probably a justice issue there. Or it could mean, maybe that's a potential consideration for mitigation, to improve services to our members. As soon as you jump to that, there's just no way you can mitigate from a negative impact to cultural resources. So that was my 2 bits and my assessment of that comment, whether it's really accurate or not. But
Okay. Thank you. I'm sensitive to time. And I wonder, the next would go through what the impacts, the physical site impacts, as BLM defines survey sites, cultural resource sites. And I appreciate the nudge, Mr. Dumont, on what that means and what that might mean more to the general council. Is the road, the next question would be about the impact from the road. And we could take some time now. It sounds as though if it's possible to hear from the general council, a broader perspective of tribal views on the impacts here at Glass Butte, we are very interested in hearing that. I think we've been working on this process since 2013, and we would welcome that opportunity. And I know that in the time of COVID and everywhere else, it's timelines are extended even longer for understandable reasons. So we would welcome that opportunity, and I'd like to understand how best to potentially get on that schedule or create a forum where we could listen again to the broader general council.
Sure. Yeah, we're trying to figure out how we can move forward virtually for general council meetings given the COVID. That's why we've got some of the video equipment in here. So that's our intention, hoping to have that running soon. So if you stay in contact with staff, And they'll, bring that forward to you, when we have that opportunity, and we could set that up as a part of an agenda item. And so I know you're talking about visual effects, you're talking about the staging, and was the roads the last component?
The road is the last
So
component.
while we're here, even though it's taking a bit of time, and just in the context of what Clay said, this is the full range and scope of, in other words, you can't really just check off the box and say you consulted with the tribes. This is a part of the process. So we can maybe go through that road issue, then move on from there, and then stay in contact, and we'll set up a meeting with our membership.
Okay, thank you. And I'll close out maybe
Chairman?
after I hear, if that's okay.
Yes, Secretary?
Is it possible for them to share the video or the information that they're sharing now, so it can be included with the minutes?
Oh, yes.
Or included where we can share it with tribal members?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so send us the slide presentation. We can use that for attached to our minutes and also get it to our members that are interested.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. The access road overlaps with 13 BLM-defined cultural survey sites within obsidian artifacts on or near the road's surface, and they're identified by number. Where potential access road improvements in the sites overlap, where the road goes over those sites, BLM proposes that gravel be used to cover and smooth the road surface and protect the sites from access road use and improvements. The BLM proposes that the access road be temporarily fenced where the access road and sites overlap to keep construction traffic on the road instead of driving off the road. And so we are interested in hearing if this approach would be preferred to avoid any adverse effects to these cultural resources from the road improvements and the planned use of the access road.
So you're not talking about excavation, you're talking about basically putting gravel over top of existing sites and roads to smooth that out without any further ground disturbance of the existing
Correct.
artifacts.
Just a little more ground buffer.
Mhm. I'm hesitant to respond. I know that has been done in some places, to make sure there isn't further disturbance that wasn't already done by the road itself. So that's something that could be up for discussion in response, from our folks maybe at the meeting. Recommendations of Culture and Heritage staff and Culture and Heritage Committee. But I do know that's been done because it doesn't disturb the existing sites in a sense. It does protect them from even looting later. So that's something for discussion, and that's obviously better than grading roads and creating more disturbance.
One
Yes.
more comment here, Chairman. Tribal elder says the commercial use is not right. How would the other people like it if their sacred areas were used the way we are asked to have ours used? So I think he's just, objecting to the idea of money being put over the top of a religious site. You're like hanging up advertising in a church.
Thank you for that. Your input is really important to us. It's important to me, and I'm not saying that as lip service. I mean it. And I think you can understand, I'm here on behalf of my role as a steward of public land and have a whole bunch of other regulations also coming at me too. And we will do our best to take your comments into consideration. And I really appreciate your comments and the time that you're taking with us. I hope to hear more from the tribe to sincerely better understand the significance of this place and the many places around, and what they mean to the tribes. We'll be in contact on if we can get an opportunity to hear more broadly from the General Counsel. I think we can take the perspective and the notes that you've given us so far as a framework Conversations around offsite mitigation are best had directly with AT&T, and we have that contact information and can provide that. This is communicating with each of the tribes is a component of that, and compiling some of that information and understanding how to move forward. So I encourage that. Formally, Ryan, maybe where does that fall? Can that start now, or would it be better to wait after we receive information from the general counsel?
Mitigation?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like, I'll let you repeat. Sounds
Okay.
like we need to hear all of the effects from the entire body, governmental body, which is the general counsel. And so the effects become known first, then mitigation.
I'm sorry, Ryan, can you speak into the microphone? Because we have folks that are very interested listening in and commenting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hello, Ryan Griffin again from the BLM Prineville District, archaeologist. So part of the process for the National Historic Preservation Act and Section 106 compliance, the steps in the process require consulting on effects first. And so we understand that today is a piece of that, but also finishing with the general counsel would be the last piece. After that occurs, and effects are known, because we only know them through talking to you all and the general counsel. Once those are known, then you have the basis to move forward with mitigation and determining mitigation or ways to resolve, minimize, or lessen effects, if that is possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. And so that's the process from our end and the stages. And so we will continue to be in communication. We will, at least internally for ourselves, summarize these notes. We can share them if you like. We could share them again if the opportunity in front of the general counsel was a possibility, and they could be corrected prior to or then if there were any, if our notes misrepresented something or just needed clarification. And then we'd go from there. So those are next steps is from our regulatory process. And as we say that, I do want to be clear that your input at every step of the way is really important.
I just wanted to add, just again to highlight, because I know there's a project proponent around this, but I still think it's important to, not let the federal government off the hook for the past activities and the need for mitigation there. And so I think there's a need for consultation perhaps with BLM and folks beyond this particular project, because saddling AT&T for all the mitigation that is necessary, I think that's a difficulty. And so I just feel it's important to communicate that. The other thing, we've had to deal with these issues before, and we know the strengths and weaknesses of the law. And I know it sounds like you're generally interested, but we're hoping that folks would recognize, we're talking about the folks above you that are part of this decision process, and hopefully would address the full range of mitigation that's necessary, would understand that there's because of treaty, because of the laws, because of that trust obligation, and there's beyond that, and it's even hard to nail the federal agencies down on how far they'll go with that trust obligation. There's a moral obligation, that frankly the laws weren't designed to protect the full range of interests that we have. We know it's to protect science and all those other things, so it's more than just physical impacts or impacts to historic data. It's impacts to people and our uses. So I think it's important to just note that and with that, being realistic with this. You have good intentions, but we know there's strength and weakness in the law. I think our members really need to have opportunity to hear really how far you're willing to go to address our concerns and why, and we'll figure out how to deal with that.
There's two places that I think I see some opportunity. My intent's not to make anyone dizzy, but I'm going to go back really fast to a slide that I think can show where there might be opportunity. Sorry if I'm making anyone dizzy. It's not my intent. I'm looking for the dates of the existing towers. This one. So our ability to go back and talk mitigation for these sites is when the grant expires. Because after the grant expires, then becomes an opportunity to, I'll use the word renegotiate, but it's not quite as flexible as that may sound, but there's an opportunity because they have to apply for reissuing, for us to reissue that right of way. That is when we have an opportunity to revisit what mitigation might be at all of these other sites. For this moment right now, the best opportunity is to understand what the effects might be for the AT&T tower and to talk mitigation specifically around that with AT&T. And then look at these other timelines for when the renewals come up and what that might mean. So that, I think that's an important component of the timing and how that process would work from our perspective and where we have a much easier time facilitating that kind of conversation than when not synchronized with this timeline. In addition to that, in hearing Burns Paiute tribe, in addition, understanding the visual significance, it is within, I have learned, a little like Dorothy clicking her heels, there's discretion on number of towers that can go up and some of our ability to reduce that in the future. It's something we're exploring, whether by designating, potentially designating an ACEC area of critical environmental concern, meaning it could basically put a hold on that. We have to do a little more research in this, but my intent is to convey to you that I'm hearing this and I'm looking at other ways in which we can legitimately put a cap on the number of towers on Glass Butte, and at least if we can stop that, then maybe we can start to go down the hill, of fewer towers on Glass Butte. Part of that is hearing the significance like we're doing today, right? And then me looking at and my fantastic team, where the authority actually lies. We are under obligation to, forgive me, but utilize BLM according to what the administration and everybody says, and we are obliged to do that and look into it. So it's hearing from all of the stakeholders on what that might mean and what it can be if we could pair a potential site with an existing site so there's not an additional obstruction, something like that, so that what Ms. Powless is saying, at what point is there going to be anything left, right? So I'm hearing that and we're looking into it. I'm not making any promises right now. I know that people sit in my seat every 5 years or so, and you have to face somebody else saying some empty or real promise. I don't want to do that. So I'm not going to promise something that I can't deliver. And I mean that. So what I can promise is that I will listen and I will seriously take into account your perspective as well as the perspective of the General Counsel, and we'll take it very seriously. So with that, I really appreciate your time and allowing us into your process and in your community, and I hope to have future conversations.
Before you go, can I ask you one question about this slide? So what are the renewal, how long are these before they have to be renewed?
So we'd have to text our lands person to make sure that, so this is what I believe, allow me to make sure I'm giving you 100% right answer. They're typically 30-year rights of way. I see when those grants were issued and that we're beyond the 30 years at this point. I'll have to get a real answer for you on when they come up for renewal again.
Okay, and again, I know you've heard me, but this is going to be a tough sell to say to people at General Counsel, we can only talk about mitigating this piece of the destruction, right? Because of conceptual issues and ownership issues. I mean, again, if you put it back in the context of thinking about a significant Christian religious place, and then you've got destruction going on all over in there, and you go in and you tell them, well, we're only here to talk about what you've done over in the corner, right? That's going to be really hard for our folks to listen to and take seriously. But
And I believe you, and I don't know then how, from a regulatory perspective, that's all I'm allowed to talk about. But if you think that me hearing about all of it would even help a little,
I don't think you're going to have any choice.
that I understand
You're gonna hear about all
too.
of it,
Yeah. But I guess my question is, if there's a way you think I will hear it all, and we deserve to hear it all, we need to hear it all, and if you have a suggestion to how to balance that or better communicate that, I'm very open to it. And maybe there's no way to, and I'm hearing that too. I know we've gone way over time, so I really appreciate it very much.
I appreciate it. Well, I think we've taken the time necessary to at least communicate what we can at this point. So thanks. I appreciate it, and appreciate the council and members on for everything so far that has been communicated. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate it.
Gentry, and everyone else.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, council, for your time.
Thank you, Perry. Mandy, appreciate it. Thanks, Jennifer. All right. Dr. Olarabe, are you still on with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. There was the domestic violence code. Since we have Doctor on, did we want to address that violence code later? And we can move forward with Dr. Olarabe since he's on. Folks are comfortable with that by consensus? Okay, let's do that. So, Doctor, we'll turn it back over to you for the monthly report and the fund distribution policy, the 242 fire fund policy. So, thank you, Doctor. So we'll turn it over to you and whoever else you have involved. And so, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, should I start with the report first?
Okay. The monthly report, yes.
Yes, sir. So, thank you for the privilege of calling in from my home. Today we had a all staff test for COVID, and one of our senior staff was found to be positive, and so that makes them 3 of them who are positive this week. 2 were symptomless, no fever, no cough, no COVID evidence at all, and the nurses thought that you test everybody in the office, and that they did today, and one more person was found to be positive. But because of that, and since we're not sure where she went to, we decided to disinfect the whole office and asked for permission from the tribal chairman, and we closed the office for disinfection. Many will come back to work on Monday, but several people will be put on quarantine for the next 14 days. And I'm also among the few that will be put on quarantine because they think I had an extensive exposure to one of the people who were infected with COVID. Although I didn't, but I can't query their decision because they are the employee health nurses. So that is where we are with COVID in this street. So this street is closed down for today, till Monday morning.
Okay.
Back to my report for the month of October. A number of projects were approved by the Tribal Council in the last presentation, including the SCARS project and Sister New Way demarcation. And these 2 projects are ongoing right now. Erica and Guy are doing a beautiful work with the SCARS project, and they will give us a feedback in the next meeting. Sister New Way final layout has been approved by the planning committee, which was what was shared with the Tribal Council with slight modifications for where we are today. The Kada building, we know had a fire incident a few months ago, and we did an asbestos survey last month, and that had been completed. We're waiting for the insurance company to agree to pay us the money they have earmarked to pay for the Kada, and then we'll move on with demolition of the building. We were able to introduce the Kokomo and the temperature kiosk, which was approved by Tribal Council again some few weeks ago. The kiosk is already functional in all the tribal health offices, but the Kokomo will be coming in the next 2 weeks. We are also moving our internet from where we are right now to Hunters for better services and also to reduce the cost that we are paying right now. This would have been completed by the end of this month, but I'm told that there are some logistic challenges and that this will affect the end date of that process. We wrote a manuscript on COVID-19 that was presented to the Tribal Council last 2 months. That was approved. We have submitted that to American Public Health Journal for review. We're waiting for their feedback from that. Because of the COVID incidences, HAC requested for, and we gave them computers and internet services, and this became very useful a few days ago when they had to hold their meeting on Zoom, and they are very grateful for it. The Wellness Center, we tried to get some new providers for the Wellness Center. A nurse practitioner have resumed work, Wellness Center. The locum that we interviewed and who accepted the offer later changed his mind because of the increasing COVID cases in the city, and he offered to join us in March next year. But by March next year, his services will no longer be needed, and so we are looking for another locum that will work between now and middle of January, when Dr. Katie Martins will come in from her maternity leave. The AO,
Dr. Larrabee,
ma'am?
you're releasing information when you're saying something like that, so you need to be pretty aware of what you're doing.
Which information again right now?
Talking about leave and what type of leave it is.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's private information.
All right, thank you. The administrative officer interview will be holding very soon. The chairman of the Health Advisory Committee will be leading the team, and they plan to have a pre-screening tomorrow. The CMO also, we're working on the CMO with OHSU to have an interim CMO who will be resuming work in January 2020. The 2020 benefit package that was approved by the Tribal Council is already ongoing. We had the online enrollment which will be ending today, and many of our staff have enrolled online. COVID-19 vaccine, we opted to go with the states, and plans are in place to receive as early as possible as a priority population from the state. There are currently 3 different vaccines right now that are being considered for authorization before the end of the year. The new director for the YFGC began her resumed work in October, and she's been doing tremendously well since resumption. We were part of the Accreditation Association for Ambulatory Health Care Program in October 1st and 2nd, and we were very successful, and our team will be branding our offices in the coming days. We also were able to resuscitate the KTHF newsletter, and the 4th edition was produced by the Health Education team in October, and we'll be producing this every quarterly moving forward. We've had to close our offices several times because of COVID, and as again today we had another one today. We closed also in October when a whole department was sent on quarantine. We've been attending several regional meetings and tribal meetings across the area, and most of the issues have been on exposure notification, the Indian Care Management Entity, COVID-19 vaccine, the CARES Fund extension, and several other issues. And we've been making our own contribution in these meetings. All of our staff were sent for medical assistant training, out of which 3 had completed the program and are duly certified. The Youth and Family Guidance Council continued various grant projects and activated the homeless project with RRW and Grace Spirit as contractors in that project. and we've had some good reports from what they have done thus far. The dental department commends their flexible scheduling system, which has been so successful, and also the isolation of the treatment rooms, the consulting rooms, the treatment rooms, and the negative pressure program have been fully implemented. Also, in October, we commenced the child care funds, and that has been so helpful to most of our staff who needed support in that direction. We know that COVID-19 is spiking up currently in the county, and this has led to the freeze that we are going through right now. And so the council approved 2 extra weeks of freeze, but services are going on for our tribal members along the line. We are planning to have an all-staff annual meeting by next Friday, but it will be a virtual meeting, just to recognize those who have done well over the year and also perhaps along in the process. And finally, in this area, our current strategic plan will be expiring by this month, and so we're hoping that next year we'll do some new plans for the tribe. Back to in page 4 of my presentation, total provider appointment for the wellness center was 652, which was slightly an increase compared to September this year, and also an increase of about 100 compared to the same time last year. There was a slight increase at the wellness center. Looking at the detailed appointments, we found out also that those who had a face-to-face encounter increased in October, and those who had telehealth appointments also increased in October, and also walk-in increased in October at the wellness center. So most of the data for wellness center were all on the increase in the month of October. At the Youth and Family Guidance Center, mental health services also increased over the period when compared to the same period last year to about 313, and also it's higher than what we had in September, which was 212. And kept appointments also was higher in October this year than in September last year, and also far higher than what we had in October 2019. But substance use treatment reduced when compared to last year, October, but increased when compared to September this year. Also, case management was about the same when compared to last year, and a slight increase when compared to September this year at 106. Dental had a significant reduction from 119 in September to about 99 in October, and this was due to the demarcation processes and also the scheduling that they began in October. Pharmacy also was able to continue services despite all that happened in October, and they were able to reach out to total for the year. About 79,000 people have been provided services, but in the month of October, 8,130 were provided services in October. In human resources, page number 13, we still have a number of spaces that are yet to be filled. Some are open, but some have been interviewed. But we still have so many spaces. Majority of them are actually staffs for the care project and also to provide COVID staff support to the wellness center. Adverse events went down significantly in the month of October to just 2%. That was a great improvement when compared to the previous 2 months of August and September. Finances, we are comfortable with where we are financially right now. Actually, I got the third quarter report from the finance department today, and I will be sharing that with the tribal council after this meeting. Finally, on the last page, we still have an issue of human resources for health, which is one of our major issues, plus COVID right now. These two are the key challenges that we're having in the health department. This is my October report. Thank you.
Member Dumont?
Thank you, Doctor. I did have a couple of questions and comments, and the copy I have is the one that the secretary sent out to us a couple of days ago. I didn't print out the one that you sent this morning. So the page numbers, I don't know if they'll be different or not. But on the first page of my copy, number 5, where you're talking about the purchased referred care claims that are being handled, I of course don't want you to say anything about any individuals, but I'm just wondering if these numbers that you've provided are how they fit with the backlog that I know has been there and has been a problem. Where are we as far as taking care of that backlog?
I didn't get the question, sir. Hello, sir.
Then, would you like me to repeat my question?
Please, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, so I'm looking at number 5 on the first page.
Yes.
Where you're talking about purchased and referred care claims. And
yes, sir.
the rate at which they're being processed. And so I'm interested in how these numbers look relative to the backlog that I know we had. I know we had a significant backlog, but in answering, of course, I don't want you to say anything about any individuals.
What I can say that we have moved forward significantly, and the backlog is going down tremendously.
So,
What page are you?
I'm on the first page, number 5. So at what point, do you have an estimate of when we might be getting close to caught up?
I had to instruct the nurses and to support the process. Actually, in October we had issue with Skylake because some of their bills were not paid as and when due, and they wanted to cut off services, but we were able to resolve that and pay them all their bills. And so everyone that had been processed and sent to PRC have moved forward. But we still have some backlogs at the patient registry. But we have a new medical officer right now supporting that process. So hopefully before the first quarter of next year, we would have been able to resolve all the backlogs.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then on number 9, on the next page, where we're talking about the vaccine distribution that we're going to be planning for. So one of the things that I'm increasingly concerned about, we have a very vocal anti-vaccination contingent in our community, and I'm thinking that we may need to do some, a public information kind of campaign to try to get as many people to become vaccinated as possible. And so I wondered if you had given that any thought, or if you had any thoughts on it.
We have discussed that significantly in the IMT group, but we are waiting for approval and documentation on the efficacy and the safety of the vaccines before we start doing any advocacy.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a question on number 16 on the next page. Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services reached out to locum headhunters and after due diligence asked for engagement of providers without Oregon licenses. So could you give us a little more information about that? Is it just, are they licensed in other states, or what is the status of the folks as far as licenses that we're looking to?
Now, the number of people who were available to work in Oregon, who had Oregon license, were very, very insignificant. And so the locum contact asked, can they get us people from other states who have other state licenses? At that point, we said yes. But till date, the only one we actually wanted to engage had an Oregon license, but he wants to resume in March next year. And by then, we will not have space for him again.
I think the Vice
But
Chair has
everybody had a license from a state other than Oregon. So we're looking at, can we engage them, and we found that we can, since they were for locums, and so we authorized the headhunters to do that. But right now we have not engaged anybody yet.
Okay, I think the Vice Chair has a follow-up question to that, and then I have one more thing, and then I'll allow other people to, I'll quit taking up all the time.
Okay, it's not a question, I think this might be what you're asking, Clay, is what I know on licensures is we can hire providers that have out-of-state licenses, but the hang-up with that is when it comes to billing. There may be an issue where we can't bill maybe for medications or something along that line. And I think that's why when we may hire somebody with out-of-state, but then we'll ask them to obtain their Oregon license afterward.
Yeah, thanks. That helps.
You're very correct, man. That is the case. But we were told that since they are not full-time staff, just locally covering somebody, that within the period of their cover, that they can make prescriptions and be approved.
Thanks for that, Doctor. And then the last
Thank you.
comment I had on page 10, the box at the bottom, C, Dental Department, in the top right-hand corner there's some information there that I don't think should be in a report, and I was concerned about that and just wanted to point it out.
Where is it? Page what?
Page 10, it's in the bottom chart, up in the top right-hand cell under explanation. That information shouldn't be in there.
I agree, Clay.
I think you can keep those
That-
for your own notes, but maybe not for the report.
Where is it? Which of the information under where?
We can't discuss it in an open setting, Doctor, because it's private.
Okay, I don't know where it is. Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Thanks for pointing that out, Clay. I was concerned about that too. Any other questions in regards to the general manager's report? Doctor? You go ahead, Secretary.
Well, I was going to ask about the COCOMO, the implementation of that, because I know that was one of the items that was included in one of the CARES projects, and you said it wouldn't be implemented for 2 weeks. Are we sure that we're going to get it implemented and start utilizing it before the end of the year?
Yes, Secretary, we will. It's already fully, almost ready. What they are doing now is to include it, to add the staff names and details before they can activate it. So Missy has promised that it will be active before end of this period.
Okay, and then on those CARES projects, I know it's not a part of your report, but at some point next week, we will need to have a Zoom meeting to discuss some of those reports, because there's some additional information that's going to be needed.
Thank you, Secretary. We'll be available.
Doctor, I was going to ask, in regards to your report, do we need to formally adopt your report? Is it related to any kind of compliance reporting?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I have another question.
Okay. Go ahead, Secretary.
Before we accept the report, it was regarding the email that, the letter that we received, and then Councilmember Powell talked about how concerning that was, and maybe we can ask if there are reach-ins from youth and family to the county jail, and if they're how aware are they of the mitigation measures being taken at the jail to prevent COVID?
We actually went to the jail last in October and met with the jail controller and asked how can we support the process, and we are told that they have everything in control, that they don't really need us. And number two, they don't wear masks in the jail, and they don't allow people to come into the jail. So I and Monica were there for about an hour trying to talk with the jail controller. How can we support their processes to mitigate COVID? But we are told that they're taking care of most of what they needed to do. We even also asked, if they need any support in IT or whatever, but we are told that if they need, they will get back to us. So they've not gotten back to us on that. But with the impact project that will be beginning very soon, there's a jail diversion component of it. I'm sure that with that we can do a little bit more with them if they will allow us to work with them.
So you said they don't wear masks in the jail?
They don't wear a mask. Actually, we were the only one wearing masks, and we invited the man to our office. He asked, "Do you people wear masks there?" We said yes. Said he wouldn't come that we should come and meet him in the jail. So we went there to see him at the jail. They believe that people don't go out, so people are not exposed, and that people don't contact people who are outside. They try to prevent visitors from seeing the inmates and having direct contact with them. They do Zoom calls and Zoom meetings with families, and so they believe that they are well secured from COVID. That is their thoughts, and that's their belief.
Okay.
Member Hollis?
That's concerning.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just concerned because, in case anybody didn't hear that, we had a letter from inmates at the local Klamath County Jail that are concerned about the lack of COVID-19 protocol at the jail. And I was just wondering if there's some way to document this. We have several tribal members incarcerated there, and our tribal members, not only are they high risk by being in the pods up there are extremely small, but a lot of our tribal members are also vulnerable with underlying health conditions. And this could, we already know that the medical care they get at the jail is non-existent. They do not have a nurse on staff. So I was just wondering if there's a way to document this with public health in case there is outbreak and one of our tribal members gets sick, because they will need to be held accountable for their failure to uphold COVID-19 standards at the jail.
I will discuss with Monica and see what is possible. The jail is not under our jurisdiction, I believe, but we were trying to partner with them in this process to support them to prevent COVID, but we were refused because they don't use masks. But I would speak with Monica on this and see what else we can do.
But I mean, isn't there a reporting system? For example, the issue going on with the local restaurants, they can be reported to OSHA. Isn't there a system that we could report to have documented under whether it's state or county through their hierarchy that they're not upholding they're not enforcing masks, basically is what they're doing. So is there a process to document that through public health or some other organization?
Let me discuss this with Monica, and I'll get back to his counsel on it.
It seems like we need to be proactive and make some contact with, county commissioners, sheriff, if it need be, the governor's office, to raise this issue with them to get some resolution, because we have tribal members at risk, and so we will need to make some contact there. I am going to contact the governor's legal advisor, Dustin Bueller, this afternoon and see what he recommends so we can move forward to address this, because it's pretty serious.
Chairman?
Yes.
Given the federal government's role as our trustee, I wonder if it would be worth it to contact the U.S. Marshal that we have good contacts with up in Portland, just to let him know what's going on as well. And I think that we need to write a formal letter to the sheriff and to the county commissioners voicing our objections. Billy Williams at the Department of Justice, yes.
So this calls or at least touch base today, because their cases are rising. What did they have, what were the case counts today, Jesse, do you know, or?
Was that yesterday?
That was yesterday. Yeah, they're sort of doubling each day. My concern is, I guess my concern is that if they don't have a quarantine process for incoming people who are being incarcerated, they could be exposing people, because I know they go into the booking area, but they might not be there for a full 2-week quarantine. It doesn't sound like that's what's going on.
Thank you, Doctor, for both your efforts and pass along our thanks to Monica for her efforts in regard to this and for alerting us to it. It's not okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Clay, I heard you. We need to follow through on all those manners that you talked about. I'll make a call, maybe even during a quick break or something right away before the end of the day.
Because it's Friday is why I'm concerned.
Yes, yeah.
Weekends are busy, but
So, Vice Chair, if you could, maybe I'll make that call now, if you could take over the meeting and we'll go through the distribution fund policy, but we need to entertain a motion to approve the report or acceptance of the report. No, not technically approving the report, but accepting.
It would be accepting the report, Chairman.
Yes. So would like to make that motion?
Chairman, I guess
Yes.
I'm not understanding necessarily the difference between approving and accepting.
Well, when you approve the report, you're approving everything that's in there and that's accurate and doesn't need to be modified. When you accept the report, you're accepting the report as presented. I think that's the technical difference. For example, you had concerned about some of the
Yes.
text in there.
So I'm not suggesting that I'm accepting that text that's in there.
No, we're accepting the submission of the report, I guess is the way.
Just like acknowledging that it's been submitted. Okay.
Yes.
my recommendation would be just, I know Jesse had sent an email, but if we get a report like that again, we could just redact it and send it back and show the information that we do not need to see. That's not for council eyes, so that way it doesn't happen again, but without talking about it in a meeting.
Yeah, so.
There's been times too when people have submitted reports and the motion was to approve the report, and within the report were certain actions that they took as, oh, we got permission to do this. So, yeah, so we have to be careful as to whether we're accepting a report or approving it.
So, who would like to make that motion to accept receiving the report? Okay, Member Hurkakta, is there a second? Okay, second, Member Palace. Further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, Secretary, I'll let you do the roll call vote.
Gail Hatcher,
Yes?
Clay Dumont,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Willis Howlett,
Yes?
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair.
Yes.
Okay, Chairman, I'm going to abstain from this.
Okay. So, those opposed, I think everybody's accounted for, so there'd be 0 opposed. Abstentions, with Secretary Frost in my abstention, that would be 2, so the motion would carry. Okay, thank you, Doctor. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair to address this fund distribution policy. I know that's in our documents. I'm going to step away and make a phone call or two. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I just did want to note that in Sharonda's letter, that one of the inmates she referred to was the one we had talked about a couple weeks ago. We were trying to see if the DA could expedite their court dates because of, you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Because she had health conditions and the mom was concerned, so that makes me even more concerned because.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Alerbe, you can go ahead.
That's her last. I'll give you the picture.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So we have a fire incident in September that affected our community, Chiloquin, and we were able to raise some funds to support those who were impacted or affected by the fire incident. And over the past months, we have raised quite a significant amount of resources. And this policy is to help us to distribute the resources to those who are affected. In number 3, it will help us to distribute effectively to those who are affected, those who lost their buildings or who lost their houses will be prioritized. But other people who also were affected in one way or the other who request to be supported will be supported. And some expenses that were incurred in housing some people in hotels will also be supported by this grant. So this policy is to approve this process of distribution and allow us to call in people who need help to request for the help, and also to use the already existing list of those who are affected to support them in this process. So we are seeking for Tribal Council resolution approving this policy for us to begin to use it before the end of the year. Thank you.
Okay, we have the policy in front of us, and has the rest of the Tribal Council had the opportunity to read over this policy? Ellsworth and Jeannie, Roberta?
I have a question on 3 guidelines 4A. So the emergency manager, is that referring to administration staff or tribal health staff?
So, administrative staff, Zach.
Okay, so I guess my question is, how do you make a tribal health policy? Because that's what this is that correct? Because, yeah. So you make a tribal health policy that dictates what a tribal administration employee does?
No, sorry, Matt. This was developed by the emergency team, that's INT, that managed the 242 fire. So the admin emergency manager was part of the team that managed the fire, and also has the list of those who are impacted. And so that's why he was included in this policy, because he's very relevant to the discipline of the funds in this policy.
Mm-hmm. So this is Jesse. To address Roberta's concern, could we just say for A, that the management team or alternate will contact the household to verify, and we would just know in the background that Zach is taking on this responsibility?
Noted, thank you.
Verify, and we would just know
George Lopez.
in the background that Zach is taking on this responsibility.
George, do you have your video on?
Does anyone on council have any other questions or thoughts? Clay?
Yes, I do. Give me a second here. Sorry about that. I would suggest that I think either one or the other has to be responsible for this funding. Either it's administration or health. I don't want to split it. If I'm responsible for it, I would rather have Kathy and myself responsible for how we address the funding, but I would not recommend that we put it down to Zach at this point, with all due respect. That's my opinion.
Yeah. And I think that's fine. So just changing the language so that it isn't identifying a person and putting responsibility on one person, that we can just broaden it, and then that conversation can be held after the policy has been developed on who would take the lead then.
On page 3, under authorization, it does state who's responsible. It says Klamath Tribal Health responsible for implementation. I can see the concerns, but I think that it was just kind of, because that position was the one the way it should work is an emergency manager is the emergency manager for the entire tribe. We talk about this all the time, is we don't have tribal health versus admin. We are the Klamath tribe. So I'm not sure how the emergency operations plan reads, but I was under the understanding that that position was the one who was maintaining the database of all the people who were deemed eligible, and that's all it says, is that person's going to verify if they're eligible, so we don't get people calling in saying that they were victims of the fire, but they weren't actually a victim. So that, I mean, am I wrong there, or, because I think that's maybe where we're getting
No, because
confused.
it says that they will contact the household to verify and notify. So you're giving administrative staff duties with this policy if it's passed the way it is.
But I agree with what Willa is stating, that during a state of emergency, we're not tribal health and we're not administration. Then we become, this affected individual community members. So that means the Klamath tribes as a whole. And so I think that's where Willa is stating, just as we're coming together and collaborating over the COVID-19 pandemic, we are always relaying to the emergency team. Zach speaks on behalf of guidelines, just as well as Nakoa, Tim, Joe, Misty. So he is on the calls when it comes to COVID-19 and the pandemic. So he should also be doing the same thing when it comes to the fire, because that was a state of emergency for the Klamath tribes. So that's how I'm understanding it.
Yeah, I don't think we're still in a state of emergency though for the fire.
But the policy was for the state of emergency, and I don't think we've lifted the state of emergency yet because it hasn't been mitigated yet. We've never released the state of emergency for the fire. So we might need Zach to clarify that.
Well, I think too, we have to take a look at how our emergency team is set up, because sometimes I think there's a confusion between who's in charge. Is it health and Tim Koa and that group, or is it Zach? And we can't bounce back and forth. There needs to be one that's a lead.
Well,
and I understand where Berta is saying, yes, it's just making phone calls or whatever, and it's Zach doing it. Mm-hmm. But what if something happened? Who is his supervisor to reprimand? It can't be health. It has to be somebody on admin side. So I think the mistake here is that someone said Zach's going to do it. We shouldn't have thrown out a name in the first place. It should be a definite position.
Well, I think, I'm sorry, but according to the emergency operations plan, I think it depends upon the type of emergency. Mm-hmm. So COVID-19, that's a pandemic, that's under tribal health. The fire was not a health emergency, it was a natural disaster. So that it's different. It just depends on how the policy reads. And Zach is well versed in the policy more than I am, so he might be able to explain how that works. But the chain of command works differently under the state of emergency, where the emergency management team is the chain of command for these, not for everything, but only for the policies and things that happen under that emergency, which this policy, according to what I think it would be, would fall under that. So normally, yes, we would be right. Normally, you would never have a policy that involved employees from two different organizations, but because this policy would be under the state of emergency, so maybe instead of having the policy under department name Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services, maybe it needs to be under that emergency management team.
I think you're exactly right, Willa. There is a different chain of command. Yeah. And so then we get back to how this policy is written. George, did you have something?
Yes, I did, Chairman. If it's okay, I'd like to speak, if I may. A couple of things. We've learned a lot during the pandemic and the fire. And I've talked to Zach and Kathy about we need to have one emergency team for the tribes. The way that we're doing it now doesn't make sense. We need to have one. So we're working on that. We're aware of that. Second is, I would believe that if my staff is responsible for any of this funding, I would like to know the details of the funding, the criteria of the funding. Is it tax deductible? Is it going to be part of the safe harbor policy? Are people that are going to get this are going to be audited? So on and so forth. And I've asked Zach those questions, and I would appreciate that if my staff is going to be responsible for any part of this funding, it's going to end up being in finance. and I would rather be working together to make a policy. I would suggest that we table this, bring it back, and let Dr. O'Larrabee and myself work on this together and identify how the process is going to work. At this point, I'm not comfortable with the way the policy reads. I'm not comfortable. Leanne has not looked at this policy that I'm aware of. I was not aware that Kathy has looked at the policy, and I want to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in any liability on how we expend the money in the future. I'm done.
Okay, Willa?
I think, well, I certainly appreciate Mr. Lopez's input, and I have no problem if tribal council decides to table it, but if we are going to table it, we might as well look at everything, and Mr. Lopez brings up a good point about the general, or the safe harbor protection, so we might need to actually send it out to legal review to make sure, but I'm pretty sure we haven't actually passed a general welfare ordinance. It's later on in the agenda, but the way that reads is it should be any department who provides, but because this is an emergency program, we want to make sure that this policy states that language, so I hadn't thought of that.
Okay. Clay?
So I like the general manager's suggestion that he and the HGM work on it together and bring it back. And in the spirit of that, I also had a couple of comments. Under number 3 guidelines, 4D, use of the funds will be towards rebuilding their lost houses and business premises. So I hate to make things more complicated, but I wondered if there was any thought to doing any kind of a needs evaluation of the people that apply. I mean, just as a hypothetical, right? Imagine someone who's one of the richest individuals in the state of Oregon and who had some property that was burned and has talked a lot about developing it and making a lot of money off of it, and then that individual asks for funds.
Yeah, it's later, it's under distribution procedure.
Well, could you point it out? Because I read that.
Distribution procedure, letter B, amounts distributed will vary based on level of damage.
So
Maximum
this
amount
is-
to be distributed to households who lost their home or business will be 10,000, and other households receive property damage is 10,000. This will address all individuals, family, household, or business.
That doesn't preclude someone who doesn't need it because they're maxed out in fire insurance and they're one of the wealthiest individuals in the state and they're not particularly friendly to the tribes from receiving $10,000. So that's,
Maybe on item C under need basis, we could expand that or go a little more into detail on that?
yeah, something needs to
Yeah.
be.
Okay.
But I would also tread lightly where we had said that we were collecting these funds to help anybody who has been affected within the Chiloquin area, just so to make a statement to say if they're not friendly to the climate tribes.
No, I wasn't
means
going to say
we wouldn't
that.
give
It was
them
all hypothetical.
funds.
Well, can't we go ahead and we agree to let the general managers work on this? We'll table it for now, and any other questions or concerns, we'll send it to them to address.
Yes.
Willa?
I'd also like it if they'd take a look at letter E under distribution. Does that just mean they're going to hand the checks out here, or they're going to expect tribal council to have some role in making these decisions? I'm hoping it's not the latter.
Okay, Willa, did you have something?
I just want to make sure, I know the GMs are, doing an excellent job. I just want to make sure that they pull in the emergency manager, since that was one of the questions about the policy, and making sure that this policy is in line with their emergency operations plan. And then again, maybe run it by legal to make sure that it's going to be not tax deductible.
Okay, did we have any other comments from those on the phone, Ellsworth, Jeannie, or Roberta?
I would support having them work on it. I don't think it's ready. I think there's some weaknesses with the policy.
Okay, Ellsworth, do you have anything?
You know, my only comment is after being on a 242 fire call last week, where one of the downriver tribes were very, very proactive in their area for fire, and they were doing something very similar in regards to helping fire victims. It would be actually nice, and they didn't allude to how payouts and whether, things were going to be tax deductible, but it would really be nice to know how they were doing it, because they were doing it on a very large scale, much larger than what we're trying to do.
Okay.
And Jesse, do you recall which tribe that was? Because she was also on the call for her other role.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Oh, when they're gonna have them.
Go ahead, Ellsworth.
No, it was. I thought it was a Yurok, but I could be mistaken.
Jeannie, did you have
Councilmember, if
anything?
you could find out. Sorry.
I'm sorry, George, I was just checking with Jeannie to see if she had any input. Okay, go ahead, George.
Ellsworth, if you could please find out which tribe that was, I'd be more than happy to call their general manager and see and learn and educate ourselves on what they did. If you could please give me that information, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll look through the email list and see who was on that.
Okay, we'll have
I just had one more comment.
Jesse get that information to you, George. Willa, go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I know we are already under another state of emergency because of COVID, and we only have 18 business days left to spend that. But I would like to see this done as soon as possible, because we do have 242 fire victims that are, needing that assistance. So as soon as you guys can get it done, I know you guys your plates are full and busy.
Okay, so we're tabling this distribution policy, and the two general managers will get together. Any additional questions or thoughts about the policy, we'll make sure we get it to you. And we'll try to find out who the Downriver tribe is that has already gone through this process.
Ms. Vice Chair, may I make a comment?
Go ahead.
I would like to find out I'm not sure if it's an Ed Goodman question, but I want to make sure that the policy reads specifically to make sure that it falls within the safe harbor, and make sure that tribal members that receive assistance aren't burdened by the tax. So I'd like the authority from tribal council to reach out to Ed Goodman to make sure that we have a excellent policy on this.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. I would think that's something that we would expect to be done anyway. So, yeah, you have the authority to do that, or we'll give you the authority to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, if nothing else, we can move on to the next. Or wait, or do we want to do the table by consensus? Table the document by consensus? Okay, we got everybody saying yes here on this side.
Yes from Jeannie. Yes. Yes for me.
Okay, so we have consensus. We'll table this document. Okay, let me see, where are we at on here?
Is Danita on?
Yep, I'm on, Roberta.
Oh, good.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. I'm Roberta.
Okay, Danita, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. This is Danita, High Tribal Council. I was coming back with the ordinance for let me make sure I know what it's called here at the top. Domestic violence ordinance, and you guys received a copy of it from Ed Goodman, and then he, I believe, had dialogue with some tribal council members, probably Willa, and I'm not sure who else. So this is the revised version.
Yeah, and just to remind council, it had come before us in a more expanded version, and what they did is they just broke out the domestic violence into a separate ordinance, because that was the intent, was to be able to seek protection orders for our people. The only concern I have, and this isn't a concern about our staff or the ordinance itself, but there just because of the problems we've had with the county and stuff. I want to make sure that we're working closely with local law enforcement, whether it's the Klamath County Sheriff's, Oregon State Police, or Klamath Falls City Police, that they are aware that we will be issuing orders and that they by law have to uphold them. A lot of times, especially with newer officers, they might not be familiar with the laws surrounding this, the Tribal Law and Order Act and the Violence Against Women's Act and I think it's the full faith and credit, and that would be on page 20 where it talks about how other officers have to enforce these. So I know there was some concern from staff and maybe some tribal members that didn't really understand that the full faith and credit was something that was passed, that they have to. But I just want to make sure that our local law enforcement are not gonna question these, especially if it's an order they're not familiar with or haven't seen before. So whatever we can do to help, you know, I guess facilitate those relationships.
So communicating to them that this will start to happen. I know that there was a meeting early on in March, and George and then Mr. Lopez and Jared Allen was a part of the meeting with the local police. So I'm pretty sure it was county, city, and I'm not sure if there were state police, but I know there were county, city for sure.
He hasn't went to sleep yet.
I'm trying to do that way. I should get back to shower.
You should go lay down with him.
Is that you, Kelly? I think we can, it sounds like Kelly's voice. Oh, Jeannie, somebody's speaking. We can hear you.
Okay, so we're talking about the domestic violence ordinance. Okay. So you ready to take over, Chairman?
Maybe you could finish this item out and.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we're just looking at this. Any other council members have any comments? Had the opportunity to read this through? Roberta?
I support passing it. My only concern, Sunita, is we're still waiting for the ability to meet with our general counsel. So even if we approve it as tribal council, that's just a tribal council approval and not the full general council that we need.
Okay.
So that's my only concern.
Okay. What would be the best options, Roberta, if it gets, Secretary Frost, if it gets approved today by tribal council, how are we gonna put it forward to general council? Because our deadline for this is December 30th.
I don't know, is George still on?
Yeah, that deadline makes it really tough. George, are you still on the line?
The only thing I could think of is that we would have to expedite the virtual general council process that we're trying to develop and call a special before the end of the month. But I would also make sure I might maybe defer that back to Corinne from REDW and see if it's passed at this level and it's in draft form and it only has to go to general council, that would still fit within the criteria of the deadline. Yeah, because it would be
You mean as
technically
far as
approved.
being able to receive funding, Willa?
Yeah, as far as the whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we did
We're
get,
using CARES funds to pay Mr. Goodman to do this work for this ordinance.
we did get a comment from Ed Goodman, either on the Domestic Violence or the General Welfare Act, where he said that we could pass it at this level and it would be fine until we got general counsel's approval. Yes.
He said,
I was going to ask, just a comment, whether this is accurate, accurate interpretation or not. You know, we can approve things at the tribal council level, and they could be overturned at the general council meeting. So, I mean, in that interim, basically, we could say they're formally approved, you know, through our process. If our members don't support it, which would be in a subsequent general council meeting after the deadline, and so in other words, we could approve it. So, I mean, I'm thinking, there's a little bit of some risk and concern about that perhaps, but I think that's the way that the Constitution provides. And so we can make decisions, and then our members could overturn it if they disagree. Down the road. In the interim, it would be passed.
Go ahead, Roberta.
I believe because this is an ordinance, it is not tribal law until general council passes it. That's what Mr. Goodman relayed to us, and that's why we changed the general welfare ordinance from an ordinance to a policy to get it enacted before the end of the year.
Yeah, I remember that email communication. So, I mean, to pass it as a policy, I mean, basically just rename it and pass it?
I don't think that we can pass this as a policy.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the other one. I'm talking about the need for an ordinance to be approved by general council, and I think I can go to talk to REDW, and then also that's why I was asking if maybe George was still on, to see if he has any idea if we would be able to hold a virtual general council before the end of the year with capabilities for Zoom.
I'm on. I mean, if I depending on what Troy said today, I guess my point of view is that if whatever we need to do has got to be done before December 30th, preferably December 24th, because then you have Christmas and that not. So I'm just concerned about the timeline, and make sure that if CARES cannot pay for it, that we've identified other funding that could cover the cost, because I do not want an audit finding as nobody else wants.
Willa?
I was just wondering it's my understanding that we're waiting for the capabilities here, but maybe we could rent a facility that already has the capabilities and have it that way. Because there are other organizations or other tribes, for example, that are doing this already. I mean, if we have to have it done by December 31st, we could, if we had to. I mean, I think we should pull out all our options and see what it is. Because even with the general welfare policy, it technically should be an ordinance to make it stronger, to be law. But we're going to approve it as a policy, and that's a different reason. That's for tax shelter, but this one is because of the CARES Act deadline. So, I mean, they both are, to me, as important, even if we had a general council with just 2 agenda items, just to get these ones that are on a deadline passed. So, I don't know, I don't want to sound too critical of staff, 'cause I know staff's working hard and are overburdened already, but I think this is something that needs to be expedited. I think this would be the top of the priorities.
Ellsworth, did you have any thoughts on this?
Actually, no, I don't. I'm sorry. I was trying to follow up with the Ford Family Foundation, who hosted the 242 fire recovery that I was trying to get. So I apologize.
Jeannie, did you have any comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what do we want to do, council? We want to...
Yeah, that's what I would say. Approve it at council level in case we get the chance to get it to before general council.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the domestic violence, what's the title? The domestic violence ordinance. Have a motion
I'll make that motion.
Have a motion by Jesse. And a second by Willa. So Berta, you want to do a count on that, a vote by that? Did you hear me?
So, Clay Dumont,
Yes.
Jesse Hikokta,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair,
Yes.
I vote yes. I'm not certain what to do because I have the vice chairwoman that acted as the chair and the chairman in here, so
I'm
you
thinking
both want to
of,
abstain or,
I think I'm just going to abstain and just because I know it's going to pass. And technically, even though Gail handled it and was acting in my stead, just to avoid confusion, I'm going to abstain.
Okay, so we have any opposition and 2 abstentions, the chair and vice chair?
so 602.
Yes. So that's done, and we'll just have George make sure or check into the possibility of the Zoom meeting with the general counsel as soon as possible. So we're done with this one, and we can move on. Julie, I apologize, but we can do Julie next, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I'll take over from here. Thank you, Vice Chair. How are you today, Julie?
Good, thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council. Since our last update, our current number of requests for technology computer operating systems is jumped up to 853. The first 2 orders have been placed and have come in. On those 2 orders, we're serving 300 clients. On that distribution, we've been able to distribute 236 of the 300. This morning was just a sampling of what the distribution looks like so what we could see what the gaps are. We do have placed the first 6 orders. They have been submitted. The 7th order is in work. With those first 7 orders covering just over $873,000. There is an 8th order that we are putting together, and that was to include the deadline date of November 30th, which we had an additional 63 requests. So on that very last order, there may be a last request for an additional approximately $40,000 to $50,000, just because the last rush of requests close to the deadline was 30 just last week. So it just increased that much. This morning, it went very, very smoothly with only 2 staff. Our staff lead on this project has not been available, and she's not going to be available for the remainder of this project. So internally, I had asked the department staff to step up, and they all have jumped in really, really quickly, responded really, really quickly. And so not to further slow any processing, we were able to start with that to see how the distribution would continue to go. And of the 14 we identified, we were able to distribute 12 of the systems smoothly today. We have had a little bit of heartache from some tribal members, but overall, I would say 98% of the tribal members that have reached back out to us have thanked us with the smooth process and the quality of the products that they have received. We were able to secure the hotspot devices. That was one of my concerns. Previously narrowing down a vendor, and we got a better
better deal than what we were actually looking for. And that we were able to also secure a free device instead of paying for one with 6 months of service for those that had requested those. So we actually were able to reduce the amount of money that was going to be spent towards that. And we were also able to get not only a 3-month of limited 8 gig or 16 gig of data, they got unlimited data and 6 months for the same cost. So that's the one that's currently in work for approval. The 8th order, we're anticipating it to be submitted by next week. So we'll be able to solidify what those numbers look like, get the quotes, the POs turned around, and so we can get those payments processed in time. That is the summary of the computer update. I do also have the clothing project update, but I'd like to address any questions on the computer update first.
Chairman?
Yes. Go ahead, Secretary.
Julie, it sounds like you had 853 applications and you've served 300 of those applicants. Is that what I heard?
Yes, so on the first 2 orders, orders were placed for 300 of those 853 applicants, just on the first 2 orders. Of those 300, 236 clients have been successfully served, meaning that they have received their operating systems and or their electronic devices, leaving us with a remaining 74 to be distributed throughout this next week from tribal administration, and that will be the education department staffing distributing those.
So are you going to be able to serve the full 853 applicants before the end of the year?
Yeah, the other 4 orders have already been, they're in process at the vendor. Those process requests will be going, we'll have 1 more order coming here to administration, but 3 of those 4 orders will be going distributed directly to clients.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to make sure I understood. So those 300 are out of 2 orders, and those have been received. But then you talked about 4 more, right? Some of which are going directly to clients. But then I heard an 8th order earlier. So I guess my question is, have all of the orders now gone in? So there are no more orders going in?
No, the 8th order because of the deadline. So the deadline was 30 November.
Okay.
It got extended to 30. So we had to capture any applications coming from the administration team that trickled in. So they might have had some applications that were date stamped by the deadline. However, then there's that paper process of getting those applications to the department and then reaching out to the clients, finding out exactly what their needs are, assessing the need, doing the follow-up, and giving them the opportunity to select laptop, iPad, printer, or whatever they need.
Yeah.
That's getting finalized by Monday.
So I'm not questioning the need to take time to do a good job and do it right, but what I'm concerned about is whether those are going to be received by the 30th of December. I think we're on what is today, the 4th?
Yes.
So you're anticipating that we're going to be able to get them here and get them to
I
people
am.
by the 30th? Okay.
Positivity,
Okay,
yes.
Okay.
And that was me earlier, that was right before lunch, that said somebody annoying is on the phone line. So test of technology, that was me trying to call in for my reports.
Thank you. Any other questions,
Chairman,
comments?
may I say
Yes.
a quick comment, Chairman?
Yes.
Just to address directly Councilmember Dumont's comment and question, Julie and her staff, I've been completely impressed and pleased with the fact that they're dealing with lack of staff for various reasons that cannot come in, and Julie has really taken this on head on like a Marine, which I appreciate very much, and and thank her. But what I'd like to say is that if I've worked with Julie and Julie has worked with Leanne, there's been some pressure. I can't say it's been smooth as smooth can be, but I'm committed to making sure that any documents that come in for approval, that they get approved within minutes. So I just wanted to acknowledge Julie's work and her staff, and make sure that people realize that this is beyond and above her regular duties, and I want to thank her for that. So that's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you, General Manager.
Appreciate it, Julie. Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair.
I just have a quick question, Julie. There was talk earlier on trying to connect elders and those that aren't tech savvy to individuals that are. Has that process started, or how soon do you think it will?
That process has started. In fact, we have had a couple of phone calls from elders. And at this point, it's really difficult. Elders are like, well, can you come to my house and set it up for me, is the big question. So in essence of that, we just don't have the staffing or the capability to go into people's houses. So it's connecting them with the Geek Squad and connecting them with the tech that are able to do that. And that's a lot of times that's on the phone, because if you don't have access to a computer or a secondary computer, you're not going to be able to tap into YouTube or watch a video on how to set up something else. In some cases, elders are able to do that. They have an old operating system and maybe it's slow, but they can still access the YouTubes or other technical, or talk directly with the manufacturer, the Hewlett-Packard, and get that technical assistance. So we're dealing with it on a case-by-case basis. We have had a couple of volunteers come back and say, yes, I'm willing to assist, and that's great. But until we know exactly what some more of the pains are, growing pains as far as connectivity goes, I can't make that assessment right now, because some of the clients have determined, well, let me give this another try. Let me ask my daughter or my neighbor or somebody else if they can help me. So we're not giving them a no. We're just saying it's difficult at this time to do, and then we're giving them other ideas on how they can possibly, that's looking at the information, calling that 100 number. And we haven't gotten any secondary calls back with people just flat going, no. And that could be, maybe they're throwing their hands up in the air and going, well, I give up on this for now. Hopefully not.
Yeah, maybe we can, later on, after it calms down a little bit, maybe we can go back and check on some of them and see if they need additional help or something.
Assistance. Absolutely.
Any other questions or comments? Julie, thanks for the report. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Well, I just wanted to, thank you and everything that you're doing. Just as Kathy had presented earlier, people are breathing down her neck for checks, and people are breathing down your neck for technology, and it's not fun. And so I value the work that you're doing, and I appreciate it. This is connecting our tribal members wherever they are. And I did have a question, if you had just a breakdown of those who are maybe elders and they're wanting to be connected for whatever reasons, to stay and do Zoom meetings with their families or be able to stream into these types of meetings. College students, those who are in the area and just doing online learning because schools are closed. If you have just a little bit of a breakdown so that we know a majority of where these computers are going.
And how they're being utilized.
Yeah.
So maybe in the near future, we can do a follow-up and say, how are you doing with your new technology?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, because I know from a tribal council standpoint, we were really hoping that we could get this technology out so that we could do streaming of general council meetings. And then if it turns out only 3% of all of those who have asked for these computers
Are actually chiming in, right.
are going to be streaming in, well, I mean, from our standpoint, it's great that they have whoever, college students or whatnot now have access to what they need, but it didn't really fit what we were hoping for in our very own big picture concept. So I think that would just be really nice to know from our standpoint, so that we could encourage people to say, you have technology that has been provided so that you can participate as a tribal member.
Oh, on those lines, and it's probably not your department's responsibility, but I was just thinking, we keep talking about education and communication, but I'm hoping that once people have the, devices out of the box and know how to use it, or, especially anyone who's technically challenged, like many of us are, but, we might want to do some videos on how to use Zoom, because Zoom can be really complicated. So that's something that we could work on maybe as a tribe, is getting ready if we expect people to Zoom into a general council that I've never Zoomed before. It's a little learning curve. So just to make sure, I'm not sure who would do that, maybe.
Tutorials. I could check back with that team that said they'd offer tech support.
Oh, okay.
And see
That'd be
if
great.
anybody would be interested in, can you do a step-by walkthrough?
And I mean, I know those videos out there, but sometimes it's just easier if we provide them. Here's a video, so they don't have to search for it, and
Maybe the youth council.
Yeah, youth council.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, everybody
as
hands
well.
their phones to their grandkids. Can you help me figure this out?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Julie. Really appreciate the hard
Absolutely.
work.
I do
progress.
have one more quick
Okay.
update on.
Sure.
So we didn't just have the computer distribution today. We also had the clothing voucher distribution going as well. And as to date, we've been able to service 103 students, and that's in the pre-K to 12. That program is going to continue through the academic year.
Oh,
So that program doesn't have a specified deadline. I have completed the OCF funding report. That's where that funding came from. And I explicitly wrote into that report that this is an academic year project. So, because that is a question on there. When are these funds being used? If there's carryover into the next calendar year, how is it going to be utilized? So because we identified students, we requested that continue into the rest of the academic year.
Member Conca?
I may have missed the description of the clothing vouchers before, Julie, when you might have presented it. Could you explain to me what that is?
So Oregon Community Foundation, what they had given was, provided the tribes with a grant to assist with a COVID relief impact. And the way we utilize that grant is to impact families to purchase clothing for their students, because in addition to transportation needs or transition to electronics or transportation, gas money, food prices going up, we also realize that there's still a need for students to go to school, whether in a hybrid mode or whether attending or whether being homeschooled. There's still a need for students. And so the best way that we'd approach that was to give out clothing. They're actually gift cards, gift certificates for parents to identify students, which grade, which school. And it's also kind of an incentive in the back of my mind for students to encourage, to get their kids into school, to be able to purchase clothing. Last year they did gift certificates or POs to Fred Meyer, which Fred Meyer can be kind of expensive unless you're loaded down with the coupons and the discounts and you hit sales. This year we decided to go with Ross Dress for Less. And this program is specific to the service area that also serves our Johnson O'Malley program as well as our Title VI students within the 2 school districts. They're for $100 per student.
I love the idea. I mean, because they're not in school, I know that, school shopping and for new clothes for the school year is just one of those things that happens all over the community that, organizations and students look forward to. And so I value that you're still kind of thinking that even though they're sitting behind a computer screen doesn't mean that they still can't be wearing a new shirt to start their first day online.
Sure.
Great. Well, anything else, folks? Thank you, Julie, very much.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and Tribal Council.
I'm getting a call from Sheriff Chris Caber. It might be about this matter we were talking about earlier. So, Vice Chair?
Okay, now we got to find where we're at on our agenda.
I think we're through with the agenda items.
Okay, it looks like we're
And
down
we're
to
on
our
to the tribal
reports.
council report.
Yeah, okay. Well, Chairman just stepped out. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Clay, do you want to go into yours? Are you ready to do your? Sure. Okay. We'll go down to Councilman Dumont's use of tribal letter.
Yes, so I sent out a question maybe a week and a half ago, and then it got forwarded again a few days ago from a professor at UC Berkeley who is part of the NAGPRA committee there, the campus NAGPRA committee. And she had read one of the letters that we sent to the university. Oh gosh, it was maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. I think it was before I moved home. And in the letter, we had asked about a child who they had lost. They returned the funerary objects, but lost the remains of this child, and we were asking them to do their due diligence to try to find this individual so that we could get the person home. And she was moved by the letter and wanted to, in the course of a poem, juxtapose that with language from the NAGPRA website, where individuals are talked about really as archaeological objects. And she was trying to point out the kind of cultural violence that was in that practice. And so I had asked folks how they felt about it. I heard back from one member of the Culture and Heritage Committee who thought it was a good idea. I heard back from 2 members of the NAGPRA committee who thought it was a good idea. And I heard back from several members of council who also thought it was a good idea. But I wanted to get a formal approval if I could.
Okay, you want to do this by motion? Is that what you'd like?
However, that will work, sure.
Okay. Anybody have any questions regarding the request from Mr. Dumont?
So this is for an individual to use parts of the letter written in a poem. Okay.
Yes, and I did send it out, but I have a copy here if you want to look at it.
It should be in your, on,
I'm reading through it.
and the poem was also attached.
Anybody on the phone, do you have any questions, comments, or on this letter?
This is Ellsworth, and no, I don't.
Sister, no.
Do you know who had written the letter that she's citing in here?
I wrote it.
Okay.
All I can say is it's a really, really powerful poem, and it is a letter that Councilmember Dumont had written asking for this child. and they put it along with their mission statement, but it breaks it down. It's just awesome. You'd have to read it to, I don't know if us reading it aloud would convey how powerful it is without reading it side by side the way the poem's laid out, but it's really good, and I would support it. And also, having read some of her work, I know that she's she walks her talk as far as her respect for the subject matter.
So I was just.
I agree with.
You wrote this on behalf of the Klamath tribes to UC Berkeley, and so she's asking for the Klamath tribes to use a letter, or you wrote this letter and she's asking you for your permission.
So I served as an advisor to the previous 2 tribal councils with regard to NAGPRA matters. And I sent drafts of several letters to them for their approval. The chairman signed them, or the chair of Culture and Heritage signed them, and then they went forth on behalf of all of us.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no more questions or comments, I'd entertain a motion to approve the use of this tribal letter.
I'll make the motion. This is Ellsworth.
Okay, we have a motion by Ellsworth. Do we have a second? Second by Willa. And Secretary, could we do a voice vote?
Ray Dumont?
I'll abstain.
Jesse Acosta?
Yes.
Willa Palace?
Yes.
Ellsworth Lang?
Yes.
Jeannie McNair?
Yes.
I vote yes also. So that is 6 votes altogether.
Yes, 5 yes. Any no votes?
6.
And
Is it 6 yes?
1, 2, 3, 4. I
6
got
yes and 1 abstention? No, 5 yes and 1
5
abstention.
yes
I'm sorry.
and 2 abstentions.
Okay.
5, 0, and 2.
Thank you.
Okay, so then next we can go to, the chairman's still out, so I'll go ahead and,
But, Ms. Vice Chair, I have there's one more that I added to the agenda.
okay, go ahead, sorry.
So I also forwarded an email a couple of days ago from the current chairman of the University of California NAGPRA, University of California at Berkeley NAGPRA Committee. So just real quickly, a little bit of background. Really largely in reaction to the dismal record that the UC Berkeley Phoebe Hearst Museum has had, the California State Legislature passed a law which required them to redo their NAGPRA committees and their NAGPRA guidelines to try to be much more tribe-friendly and to actually implement the federal law. So as part of that process, they have had to increase the tribal membership on their campus committees and on their system-wide committees. And that's really, really been beneficial for us. I think as folks know, we're in the process right now of returning another 13 individuals. And this woman who's currently the chair there was very helpful in that process. And so she wrote me an email and asked if we would write a letter of recommendation. She indicated that the chancellor of the university is interested in reappointing her to another term as chair of that NAGPRA committee. And so what I told her was that while I was in favor of it and grateful for the work that she'd done, I would need to ask the rest of the council for formal approval to do that.
Okay, any questions or comments? regarding this letter of recommendation Councilmember Dumont is requesting?
No, it's just reinstating her to a position that she'd already been a part of. Yeah.
Correct, yes.
Mhm.
I would make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Jesse. Do we have a second? Anybody on the phone interested in seconding the motion?
I'll second. This is Roberta.
Okay, we have a second by Roberta, and we'll do a voice count.
Clay Dumont,
I'll abstain.
Jesse Hicocta,
Yes.
Willa Palace,
Yes?
Ellsworth Lang,
Yes.
Jeannie McNair, I'm sorry, Jeannie, could you repeat that? Was that an abstention? Okay. So I vote yes, so it's 4 yes, 2 abstentions. So with yours, Vice Chairwoman, it would be 4, 0 opposed, 3 abstentions?
Yes, that's what I got.
Okay.
Okay, got that one.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, are you done now? Okay, now we'll go ahead and move on to the first one I have is requesting a letter of support for the Green Schoolyard. And the council had previously written a letter of support for the Green Schoolyard. The fundraising activities have started, looking for grant dollars, and I'm really surprised that even in the midst of this COVID that project has been able to keep moving. And so this letter of request is pretty similar to what we had written the first time. And they are requesting, though, that this letter be addressed to who it may concern. Because of the fundraising efforts, they want to be able to use this letter to go out to numerous organizations and grantees that will, where we can include this letter instead of having to come back every time. So a lot of work is going into searching for grants. So that's my request today, is that we approve a letter of support to whoever it may concern for these grants. Any questions or comments? No questions or comments?
Well, I just want to say thank you for continuing to follow up on this. It's going to be a really awesome project, and there's a lot of partners now. And in addition to all the work that you've done, I know that Councilwoman Hicocta really alerted us to it in the beginning and got us started in that direction. So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it too. And like I said, the fundraising efforts have begun. And if anybody else wants to volunteer to jump on the committee, it'd be appreciated. But a lot of emails back and forth, and looking at grants and who else can we think of to approach to help with this. So okay. Okay, so do we want to do this by consensus, or by motion? Consensus?
This Ellsworth, I think consensus would be great.
Okay, so we'll start here in the room. Consensus to go ahead and do a letter of support for Green Schoolyard. Okay, we got yeses here on the phone. Ellsworth?
Yes.
Jeannie?
Yes.
And Roberta?
Yes.
Okay, so we have consensus for a letter of support for the Green Schoolyard. Who it may concern. Okay, next I have, again, for the Green Schoolyard, we had been meeting for quite some time trying to get this project off the ground. And in some of the discussions, we had talked about obtaining financial support. And we were kind of asked and talked about the tribes being able to make some type of financial contribution to support this effort as well. So I've looked at so many emails and I've talked to different individuals. I don't even know where this came from, but my request today is that we look at the K-TRAP dollars. I believe that Tribal Council has some K-TRAP dollars that we may be able to use, and that we make a contribution toward the Chilcotin Green Schoolyard project. I don't know how much is in there, but I'm thinking, I don't even know how much I would request, because I don't know how much is in that amount. But I'd really like for us to take a look at that and donate to the fundraising efforts. Clay?
Yeah, so I recall that it was one of the early organizing meetings that I think you and I and Secretary Frost were at, and the folks that we were working with, who actually are the nonprofits who are doing the heavy lifting on this, suggested that if the Klamath tribes could make a nominal contribution just to show other funders that we were behind this effort, that would help with their larger fundraising. I think at the time we talked about $2,000 or $3,000, but I agree with you. I don't know how much is in there, and I didn't anticipate Brandy being ill today, so I don't know how would be the best way to handle it. I don't know if we approve it without an amount, or if we table it and wait for her, or how to handle that.
Jesse?
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm trying to search for it, but I know that Barton had sent out that kind of front and back page where it kind of gave out just a very generalized description of what some things will cost. So maybe the Klamath Tribes covers, removal of debris and other things to clear the property, or maybe it's a piece of equipment. But some contributions in some way, and I'm trying to find that document so that maybe we could all look at it and agree upon, yes, I think that the Klamath Tribes would want to contribute, $5,000 for building the walking route around the property. Something tangible that we know that we're giving money to. I think that would be nice, and then that is something that we can share with the community and with tribal members and with students and staff and with the school district to say this amount is what we are contributing to, and it goes to this very specifically. And I think that's something where we can really champion around, and we could put a press release out around something like that.
Willa?
And one note, I'm thinking that there's probably some extra, and again, that would be Brandy's realm, but I'm thinking there's some extra K-TRAP dollars this year because of expenses we normally expend that weren't done because of all the events we had to council. So I would go as large as we could. Second, I like Jesse's concept of doing a particular aspect of the project. I would like to see, I don't know what kind of signage they're going to have, but it would be nice to have some signage that had Klamath language on it for the kids. They could learn some basic Klamath words.
That's definitely something that they are talking about and want to implement. So. Okay, so probably at this time, we should wait until Brandy comes back, take a look at Barton's list, and then come back and make a decision on that, is what I'm thinking. Okay. Those on the telephone, any comments or recommendations to add?
Vice Chair.
Ms. Mills, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say I agree with that plan. It sounds great.
Okay, good. Thank you. Ellsworth?
You know, I love the idea of something specific that the tribes would do rather than just a general donation, because it seems like it means a lot more. You know, when people see something, they're like, oh, you know, the tribes did this, and then also. Willa had an excellent idea of some type of language that also ties to that, where it's there forever or however long the life of whatever the tribes does. Even if it's a walk path, you know, there can be something that can be tied to that. So, and then waiting for Brandy, I think, is very important. My last question was, I didn't hear, because it's hard to hear on the phone, the funding source.
My thought was the K-Trap dollars, and Willa had said too that she was thinking K-Trap as well, because council does have some, and we haven't spent as we ordinarily would have, so there's probably some dollars in there, which is why we need to wait for Brandy.
That's all I was wondering.
Okay, thank you. Jeannie, any thoughts or comments?
Just waiting for Brandy and kind of a cost of what's needed, just to make sure, you know. That's the only thing I had to say.
Okay, so that's what we'll do then. Wait for Brandy and then look at Bart's list. And I just wanted to say again, Ellsworth, that the language part is definitely something that they want to incorporate there within the schoolyard. So it has been a conversation, and I feel very confident that that's going to happen. Okay, so then the last thing on my list, and Chairman, if you want to take over now, and then I can, I want to give you the microphone.
Oh, okay. So we jumped down to the members at large, item D.
We've already done, I just have one more on mine.
Yeah.
The last thing I wanted to bring up, and I thought this was the best place to do it, is there is a question regarding the 2021 restoration celebration and the Christmas holiday. And I think some of us had put out our thoughts on email, but I do think that this is something that we should all discuss here. So if probably the easiest one would be the Christmas holiday, make a decision on that so that finance can get their paperwork ready for employees next year.
Yeah, I think the comment from Leanne was that this hasn't normally happened before. It's just an odd year altogether, I suppose, and it's going to leak into 2021, obviously. But I did like the suggestion that was made by Willa, where maybe we do a half day on the Thursday, recognize Friday, I believe it was Christmas Eve, and then Saturday is the actual holiday. I think that's something that we could do, and then just try and get back in line with the way the policy reads moving forward. And before I get into restoration, I think I'll just stop there for my thoughts
I
on
think
holiday.
we should stick with one first and get the Christmas one handled first.
Someone has another option. I was, I mean,
Mhm.
it would have been more clear if the staff had actually said, either this, or this, but, policy, but it seems like they didn't like the
Hmm.
I'm open to if staff had other suggestions, I'll look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm pretty open on that as well. So I don't know if George is on the phone. Whoops, I'm not running the meeting.
I'm on the
sorry.
line.
Do you have recommendations, George? Have you tracked this?
Chairman, I do. The only thing I would recommend is that the tribal council, with all due respect, not take a holiday away from staff, regardless of what day it is. That's less concerning to me.
Mhm.
I don't want to report to staff that we're eliminating a holiday. I believe that would be a morale buster.
Oh, yeah. So specifically, what would you recommend as far as,
Well, since Christmas is on Saturday, I believe, so I would recommend taking Friday off and Monday off, but that's just, I think that would make sense, but I leave it up to your leadership.
Could I,
yes, Secretary?
Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't, if we do like a half a day and then another day for Christmas, if we put that in policy, then what do we do the next time that the days fall differently? So we would have something different for 2021 than we would for 2022. And I would support leaving the holidays the way they are for Christmas, where you have the Christmas Eve and the Christmas Day. And it just so happens that it falls right at the weekend, because otherwise it would be 2 days during the week. Anyway, it could be a Wednesday or Thursday or a Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, and to kind of follow up with what you're saying, Roberta, is that the year after it will be on a Sunday. So then, again, it will be Christmas Eve, will be on a Saturday, which is not a technical work day. And then the holiday itself falls on a non-work day. So in 2022, we're going to have this same complication. And I think that we could recognize that now. And because we know that now this holiday is just going to fall on some non-working days, and how do we recognize those? And I feel more comfortable recognizing them at the tail end of a week work week, rather than getting into the beginning of another week.
So just my...
That sounds good.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Currently, if the holiday falls on a week, the Friday, isn't it supposed to be observed on a Saturday, it's supposed to be observed on the Friday, according to policy. But we also have the half-day part, correct? So that's why we're
That's only Thanksgiving, where a half day got thrown in, and it was never part of policy. It was just something that tribal council had decided, and I believe last year we decided not to do it at all, and then this year we did it again. So because it wasn't a recognized policy holiday.
So
That's, oh, sorry.
Christmas Eve isn't recognized as a half-day?
Yes, it is.
It is now.
It's
It's
a
a holiday
policy,
now, but generally what has happened is we used to have just Christmas Day, but then general managers would say, oh, it's Christmas Eve, can we get out early?
Yeah.
And then the time kept moving, so we just said, okay, we made them 2 days. But now what we do is we have Christmas Eve and Christmas Day as a holiday. The general managers come and they'll say, well, can we get out a little bit early, because, I think that's what kind of throws it in. It's not a half a day part of the holiday. It's because we're just agreeing to let them go early.
And I agree with
that.
Go ahead, Roberta.
I was going to say that's Thanksgiving that we're doing that weird stuff with the half day. That's not Christmas. Christmas is Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day has been the recognized holiday for staff for a while.
So when you say...
Thanksgiving, because it's Thanksgiving and the Friday after Thanksgiving, and then we started creeping over into giving them half a day Wednesday.
Yeah. So Christmas...
So that was the creep, I think.
So the Christmas Eve is a full day recognized as a holiday day?
Yes, it
Okay,
is in our
that's right.
policy,
Okay, that's,
yes.
that's what I thought, but I just wanted to be clear. So, since it falls on, a Saturday, are we talking about, I guess the option is, observe it on Friday and Monday, or Thursday and Friday, is that correct? For this year, and then the same thing next year, well, since it falls on a Sunday, is that what we're talking, I mean, in other words, it could,
Yeah, because eventually it's going to be a Saturday and Sunday. So then are we going to say, well, then you get Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off? And when I look at it, I think of our clients and our patients. You know, we don't want to, or I don't want to make it harder for them to get their medical care, their pharmacy, any other service that they need. That's what I kind of think of. But then I understand, George, too, that we don't want to take anything away from our employees.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, as far as the medical services and appointments and, you know, other services we provide, if it's, we can plan around that, you know, and make sure that folks get their meds, and if they do need something emergency, they still can't get it through Rite Aid, you know, correct?
well, they can, but it's just those last minute decisions
Yeah.
where, you know, we tell them the day before,
Yeah.
oh, we're going to be closed.
They ask us to have, Friday's already considered a holiday, right? The New Year's, or the Christmas Eve?
Christmas Eve is, yes.
Yeah, I agree with Councilwoman Hukakta. Like, I don't like doing Monday if we don't have to, because it's, you know, I'm a firm believer in getting, you know, coming back at, you know, with a full force strong Monday morning and have things back up and running. I don't know how I feel about the Thursday, and I suspect this time next year the general manager will probably ask to let them go early anyway on Thursday for admin leave, so it's a little bit complicated. But I just, you know, I know what he's talking about with morale, and it's hard around holidays because we have other entities that we oversee. Two of those entities don't get holidays. You know, the casino, hotel, and travel center, they're open during the holidays. They don't get those days off. So it's, you know, I mean, that's a good argument, but it doesn't stand up for when we have employees who have to work those holidays.
Well, I think we do have to make a decision, though, today. And regardless of whatever the decision is, whether it's what I want or not, if the majority votes for it, then that's what I will support as well. But I do want us to make a decision today.
And I don't think that it's tribal council taking away any days. It's just the nature of where the holiday is falling in the next 2 years. And, you know, I think that, you know, George was right when he said we do have a very robust, you know, holiday pay schedule, which I think is really great. That's one of the things I miss about the tribes, because I don't get that at all. But, you know, I think it's just the nature of the way that it falls. And I believe each organization has kind of some administrative time set aside. For example, like if you were going to take some time off to participate in a sanctioned event for the tribes as an employee, you could take that time as admin leave and get paid up to 4 hours, I believe, or that, at least that was the case when I worked for the tribes. And so I can see the value of letting tribal members or letting employees go early near a holiday, but I'm just thinking half-day Thursday, full recognizing Friday. The holiday inconveniently falls on a Saturday. And for 2022, because there is a lot of travel that takes place during holidays, and people are trying to recover from, you know, just the celebration and hosting and gathering or whatever they're doing for the holidays. For 2022, I would be comfortable for Friday, Monday, and that's maybe the only time that I would feel comfortable eating into the next week, and that's just because Christmas will fall on a Sunday.
So I would suggest that we look at the policy
and state what it says now?
So our HR director has something in the chat saying policy addresses what happens when a holiday is on a weekend.
Yeah, and Jeannie has stick to policy, kids, agree with Gail with our services.
Well,
Chairman, may I make a comment?
yes.
I appreciate the conversation about the Christmas holiday. What I'm more interested in making sure that the Tribal Council is intentionally aware about is restoration. We have considered and recommended that restoration be a holiday for Monday and not Friday, because so many people come in on Friday looking for services, looking for enrollment identifications, so on and so forth. I would appreciate if the council would say that Friday is a work day, because many people work that day anyway, and make Monday the holiday so that staff is available on Friday when people come in from out of town. That's all I have.
Yeah.
And yeah, can we wrap this up?
Yes.
If he does that, he's not thinking of the people that do the powwow, because on Friday is Friday entry and I dance. I take that day off.
So just to back up for a minute, to finish up the Christmas, what are we going to do? Are we going to stick to policy in which someone, and Jeannie said that it's in policy, so that's really not an issue, correct?
So I was just trying to make sure I understand how policy applies, because for Christmas it's 2 days, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So, and if policy says it follows on the, if it's a Saturday, it's the Friday. If it's Sunday, it's the Monday. Is that correct? Is that my correct reading, interpretation of policy? But it's the 2 days, that's the concern. So it's both a Thursday, it's both, typically it's, to observe, it's 2 days, 2 full days for the holiday is what policy says. One of the days falls on a Friday. In terms of how that's employed, does that mean that we take Thursday and Friday off? Because Friday is a holiday also. Because it's Christmas Eve day.
Well, I think the question is because Christmas is Saturday.
Mm-hmm. That means you're supposed to observe it Friday.
Yeah, but it's already a holiday Friday.
Yeah.
It's already there.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're saying is that staff is accustomed, because of the way the holidays fell during the work week, they're accustomed to having 2 full days off. So they still want their 2 full days off regardless of what day Christmas is. Mm-hmm. So they want Thursday and Friday off, I guess is what they're asking?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking they either want Thursday and Friday off.
Or he said Friday and Monday.
Or they want that Monday off.
Yeah, but.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Because the policy isn't to give you 2 days off, the policy is to honor the holiday, and the holiday is on Saturday.
Yeah,
Chairman,
Yes.
does somebody have the policy in front of them? And I see Laurel's also on the chat. This horse is about dead, and we keep kicking it. So let's move on this thing. I get the morale thing, but let's also remember why we're here. We're here for the members. That every day that the tribes isn't open is something that they're losing out on. In fact, I often hear, and I'm sure other council members hear, around the holidays, is the tribes ever open, or is anyone ever at work? Because I can't get anything. So-and-so's out for this day and that day, and nobody could help me, so they're saying to call back on another day, and no one's there. So let's just, it's a tough situation, and I don't want to be insensitive to the workers, because honestly, without them, you don't get service, but without the members, we don't need services from the employees. So if Laurel got anything on this for the policy, and hopefully it's not left for room for interpretation, it's in black and white.
Yeah. So I don't see the chat that Laurel's involved in. So if you follow the policy, how's it interpreted, given that there's actually currently 2 days that are recognized as the holiday, Christmas Day and Christmas Eve? And I think it's pretty clear if the holiday falls on a Saturday, you do it that Friday, but there's actually 2 days. So I'm just wondering what Laurel's interpretation of the current policy is. Yeah, and if you could call in, Laurel, that might be helpful, so all the folks listening in, because I think that's a help.
I don't know, is she working today?
Oh, I don't know
Because we're
that.
asking staff to call in.
Never mind, she's off.
Oh, she's off
She's
work?
participating as a tribal member, not as a staff member.
Oh,
on
I
the chat.
didn't understand that.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. Never mind, don't call in.
Is George working?
Yeah, George is working.
I'm always working. Yeah, we all are.
John-
So, do you have the policy in front of you?
Let me get a hold of Laurel. I'm sure she's on the line. I'll ask her to call in.
She's not on the clock, George. I'm just joking.
Laurel wants to know the number. It's
It is.
it's the regular call-in number.
George, can you text it to her, please? I was just gonna say it out loud. Then we'll have lots of calls.
I will email it to her right now. I'll email it to her.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's so many different thoughts on this. Yeah, I mean, that's another way to do it. If somebody wants to propose a motion in a second, we could address it that way. But I,
Then we have other entities that don't get those holidays at all, so it's not fair when we're taking multiple days off when other entities are working.
I also know people take opportunity to take vacation around that too also. Yes?
You're talking about American holidays, but do you also include cultural and tribal events or gatherings in this, or is it just all American holidays?
We have a whole list of holidays that a court policy authorizes or approves.
Currently,
and
the way the
recognizes.
policy it is, they are colonial American holidays, so we don't currently have like solstice and stuff like that on there, but that's a good, very, very good suggestion, because I was actually gonna bring that up, that, more and more, tribal families are moving to not celebrating, especially like Thanksgiving, holidays like that, so I think that's a discussion we could talk about in the future, is really looking at that calendar, and seeing, maybe we should incorporate some more traditional holidays in it and not colonial holidays, but that's a very good point.
Yeah, I know, and tribal didn't even show up for that, except personal, they failed it. But we went ahead and did it,
Yeah.
because that's about the people. It's not about money or, the policies of administration. It's a gathering of the people.
Yeah.
And all I'm hearing is like Christmas and American holidays, but I'm not hearing anything about the tribal traditions or the culture or the events that involve our people.
So all the other entities also have written in their policies too on holidays. So we need to take that into consideration, that another facility may say, well, Tribes is doing this, we want to do it. So council's going to have to remember that when it comes back to us from the casino or the travel center or health as well.
This is Laurel.
Thank you, Laurel, for joining. Sorry
Hello, Laurel.
about troubling you, but I was interested in finding out how you actually interpret the policy, because it's identified both Christmas Eve and Christmas as a holiday, and I think I understand what it means if the holiday falls on a Saturday, but it's both a Friday and a Saturday. So what's your recommendations or your thoughts on this?
This has been addressed in policy, and it's been in there for as long as I can remember. It says when a holiday falls on a weekend, if it's a Saturday, you move it to a Friday. If it's on a Sunday, you move it to a Monday. Because we have the two back-to-back, we would move that would mean Christmas would move to what was already Christmas Eve. So then it would make sense to move Christmas Eve back, so you're not having two on the same day. And so what Leanne wanted to know was, do you want to move to either Monday so that, or else Thursday, because we have to move one of those the wrong day. The policy says we adjust it when it falls on the weekend. Even if it falls on a weekend, you still get it.
Yeah. So, the way that you described it, one way to interpret it is, but you'd have both Friday and Thursday off. Friday would be for Christmas. Thursday would be for the Christmas Eve holiday.
Yes.
Okay.
But the question was, would it make more sense to have Monday? I think it makes more sense to do Thursday because you're going to have people calling in and wanting to leave. My recommendations is we stop giving admin leave. We already give generously on the holidays, but that's me.
Yeah. So, the way I hear you describe it, you're not thinking we need to change a policy, just apply the policy and take Thursday and Friday off for Christmas Eve and
Yes,
Christmas.
apply the policy. It's already addressed.
Okay, yes.
And that would mean it would be Thursday and Friday.
Okay. Member
If
Coughlin?
Jesse and Willa's not going to say anything different, I'll make the motion to follow the policy and for the Christmas holiday and observe it Thursday and Friday, and that way we're not deviating from what's actually written. Rather than the Monday. And I think Clay has something to say.
Well, I just
And then there
wanted,
was discussion about 2022. That would match up in 2022, the way it falls. That would mean Christmas Eve would be Friday, Christmas Day would be Monday. So it's already covered in policy.
Yeah, okay.
and I'm just thinking, what is that?
There's a lot of racket again.
What you need?
Yeah, there's
my thinking also is that whatever changes are made, there was a comment that this would also affect tribal health.
Yes.
So should they not be included in this conversation, or we're letting administration make the call and then tribal council will tell tribal health that that's what's going to happen?
Yes,
That's what we decided.
They're there.
Can I make a comment? This has been
Oh, okay.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you, Doctor.
good. You are there. So.
Thank you for calling us in. We have already discussed it with George over the past 1 week. We thought that Friday, Monday would be better for us so that we do not stop services for 2 days in a week for our patients. So that was why we agreed on the Friday, Monday option that George presented earlier on. But if the council prefers Thursday, Friday, we'll go with it.
so either way, it's 2 days of the week.
Yeah, but we're
Yeah.
looking at providing service from Monday to Thursday, and then go on Friday, and then to Monday, and then give 4-day service before we close. But that's what we thought at the team.
But if there's an agreement,
Well, I'll disagree.
if there's agreement on how the policy's applied, the way that Laurel, and that's the way that Laurel described it, is how I thought it would work. That means it would be Thursday and
Okay,
Friday.
so let's. I love the analogy of, and I don't want to be completely racial here, but I'm going to actually say it.
Don't say it.
Only the Europeaners would think that cutting a foot off the top of their blanket and sewing to the bottom, they think it's longer. So, geez, you know what? Why don't we just follow the policy? I'm just going to disagree. So if somebody wants to make a motion one way or the other, I'll either vote yes or no. I think Clay's pretty anxious.
Are you done with me?
Yeah.
Clay thinks that there's so many things for me to get in trouble about that this is not going to be it. So Clay's going to be abstaining on this one.
Yeah, I could.
So I
cast
make the
decision.
motion, we,
But I don't even know,
Chairman?
I'm not even sure if we have to act, the policy's in place, just follow the policy, and it's
Yeah,
interpreted that Thursday and Friday is.
Yeah, Clay thinks that there's so many things for me to get in trouble about. This is not going to be it.
Let's not
somebody
let
has
Laurel
their
go
video
because
on.
Laurel, we're going to have to talk to her also about restoration.
Somebody needs to turn their speakers off, because it's like, we can't even hear what's going on.
So,
George.
somebody, please turn off their video. You turn it down.
It's none of us.
Thank Thank you.
It's Obina, Laurel, or George, I would assume.
And I've got a headache after this long discussion, then we should have just.
It's not me, it's not me, it's not me.
Chairman?
Yes.
So I would recommend then that the two general managers decide
How to interpret the policy?
how they're going to interpret the policy as to which day, and we're done with this part.
Yes, yes.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think we need to decide as council for the general council. It's not at this point in time about the staff. I love for the staff to get as many days off as possible, but if it affects general council and their general council members listening on here, I'm not going to be thrown under the bus on that one.
So then, yeah, somebody would have to make a motion. And at this point, I think that we're just sticking with policy. And if the policy is pretty clear, then the general managers need to just decide which end they're going to sew that blanket, the end of the blanket to.
Chairman, if I may speak?
Yes.
I would recommend that we go along with what Ms. Robinson said, Laurel, in regards to a Thursday and Friday, and that's my recommendation.
To follow policy, I like that.
So that means we basically don't need to take an action. We're just going to follow policy.
Correct.
Okay,
We can affirm it by motion that we're going to follow policy if folks feel that inclined, but
consensus.
yeah, I think we're okay. We're just going to follow policy. So it's been a long day and we're kind of burnt out on things. So
Now people know where we stand. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I think I'm done.
yeah.
Are we going to move to restoration? Are we going to
Yes.
not even mess with that one?
Yeah, that's,
Chairman, I think restoration is the more important question. I would really appreciate having Friday be a work day and Monday be a holiday, since I really believe that tribal members that come in from out of town would appreciate being able to tour sites, being able to get services, and being able to realize what the Klamath Tribes is about. So I would really appreciate if the council would take a decision on that.
yeah.
I
Yes. Yes, Member Palace?
I had mentioned this in the emails regarding this, but I'm hoping and praying that by August we will be post-pandemic. And if we are post-pandemic, because I think they're saying another 6 to 8 months of, pandemic is going to be here, but that puts us right into August, right around restoration. So if that's the case, we are going to have a much larger gathering because people have been, we missed restoration for the first time in 30-something years. So that's something we need to take into consideration. So that either means that A, we're going to need more staff on hand to help promote a bigger celebration, but that also means that we're going to have a staff that's going to want to participate. As a tribe member that was in here earlier and a staff member said that they typically take that Friday off to participate in the powwow. We do have a lot of traditional practitioners that, might want to observe that day in a different way too. So that's my, I don't know what that means if we, want to take that off or just make allowances for the staff who are participating in the powwow or give them the options.
Yeah.
Well, typically the powwows, I'm sorry, Jesse.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say the powwow starts in the evening on that Friday. So folks could take a few hours leave or something like that to participate in the powwow if they wish. So I think if it was Monday and there's need for services, just my thinking, that if the Monday was the holiday, seems like that would cover most of the bases and the need. That's my thinking. But yes, Member Acosta.
With this conversation, I think, again, we're only talking about tribal health and tribal administration because we also have our other entities that do not, again, get to close down for restoration and participate, and their employees do have to ask for paid time off or, leave without pay if you have to, I suppose, if they don't have it, to take the time to participate in restoration. So again, there is an equity in this conversation about taking the time off. I do see considerable value in staying open on Friday, just as was mentioned, and I know Laurel has brought this up before. Maybe having, just as Tribal Health hosts the Health Row, which provides, kind of health information, and I know administrative staff participate in that as well during the fun run. But having the buildings open for people to access and come in and get whatever they need and meet with staff, I know that was one of the things that Laurel was really interested in, is because we do have people traveling in. And as somebody who had run the Restoration Fun Run for 5.5 years, restoration is exhausting, and it goes from Friday to Sunday, and I would be supportive of a Monday. If somebody, they would get time off on a Monday, but they would have to work through the Friday. If they wanted to take PTO, they could. But I think the other thing is that they're working on a weekend, possibly, or a day off, just as was said. You get Friday off, but if you're working anyway, now you're getting time and a half to take time off some other time. So I also look at it as we're giving them 8 hours to take off on a Monday rather than time and a half some other time throughout the next 30 days to be able to take off. And we're providing services to our tribal members.
Yes. Member Dumont?
So with all due respect to the general manager, I've had this conversation before, and I don't think there's a good answer to it. There's so many different ways to look at it, and I really would prefer that we take it up early in the day as opposed to at the very last thing. I just don't feel like I can make a good decision at this point. I'm exhausted.
Yeah. I think you're probably right. We probably just need to defer this until we have a little bit more time for discussion and late at the day. I mean, we have some time to work through. We already resolved the other issue about the Christmas holiday. But I think I recommend that we do that too. Put this on either in a work session and bring it to the council with a final approval. But I think just because we're burned out and we've got other issues to deal with before the end of the day, I think we need to do that. Just defer it for now.
And they're both policy
There's
issues.
also,
So
we're supposed to also review the policy and do the finalization of the policy, and that's where it would be contained if we decide to change how we observe restoration. It would be per policy.
Yeah.
And then the policy gets approved by the full council.
Yeah, agreeable.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say as well, Berta, is that there are policy issues, and if we've been moving on this policy like we should have been, we wouldn't be having this discussion now. So those that need to bring that policy forward need to get on it and bring it to us.
Great. So no decision on that. We'll address that when we move through the revision of the policy and formal approval process. Okay.
This is Laurel. Can I speak?
Yes.
I am working on that policy and finalizing it to present to you guys. As requested, you'll have a draft shortly. But what Leanne was looking for was they have to do the schedule for the new year, and that includes that holiday. And that's why they were asking whether we were still having it on that Friday or if we were moving it. And we had discussed this in the policy meetings, that the staff some of the staff is heavily involved on Friday helping, and then they take the Monday off because they've worked all weekend. And then we have other staff that just take the free day and bails, and then there's nobody around for the needs of the people. And that's why we wanted to change it so that we had our staff there when the people come in from out of town.
Well,
It used to not be a holiday, and it was made a holiday because so many people were off working, and then they gave them a holiday, and then it wound up that we have a lot of people that don't have it, that just give a free day.
Chairman, if I may speak, Laurel, I apologize for interrupting, but may I recommend that we move this over to next week's tribal council meeting, which is only a few days away, and Laurel and I will come up with a written recommendation?
That works for me.
I don't think you should make the decision today, but I think we need to make it before too long because they have to write that chart, is what I'm saying.
Does that sound agreeable to
Finance,
folks?
payroll schedule.
Okay, we'll let you guys hash it out, and we'll look forward to seeing some recommendations for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're assuming that tribal health and other folks will be looped into it too, so it's not just the admin determination.
Also, you know, with the schedule having to go out, it can be revised. You know, it's not, you know, set in stone. So I know what Leanne's asking for, but it's something that can be revised down the road.
Okay, if it's agreeable, we'll take that recommendation and we'll look forward to addressing this at the next tribal council meeting next week. Okay with that, everybody? Okay, great. So I'm catching up. I had that phone call. I didn't know what other items that you went through. It looks like you may have skipped the items that I was going to deal with. Is that correct? Everything but mine. Okay, the general welfare policy. You know, we've had that provided to us, and you know, I think we've had input on that. Are we to a point to where we could review and approve that policy? Okay, so let's take a look at that. That's been provided in our documents. And I think some of the folks that have tracked this pretty closely.
Ultimately, we're going to have to, or not, I guess, eventually we're going to have to turn this into an ordinance. But right now we're approving the policy so we can get it in place and have something to protect our tribal members. Because of the COVID payments we sent out, we do not want them to be taxed on it. And if we don't have a general council meeting before December 31st, this policy would apply to anything that was done in this prior year because the effective date is January 1st, 2020. So that's why we're doing the policy and not the ordinance. But when we do have time and we can get a general council meeting, we will need to do an ordinance to strengthen this policy. But the policy will cover us for right now. And that's per legal. So I think it's fine. I would just make a motion to approve it because we've already looked at this several times and it's gone back and forth to legal several times.
Okay, so Willa makes a motion to approve this. Is there a second? Second by Member Acosta. Any further discussion? If no, Secretary, could you lead us through a poll vote?
Sure, just 1 second.
Yes.
And it was seconded by Jesse?
Yes.
Gail Hatcher?
Yes.
Willa Palace?
Yes.
Ellsworth Lane?
Yes.
Clay Dumont?
Yes.
Jesse Acosta?
Yes.
Jeannie McNair?
Yes.
I vote yes also. Chairman, that's all the vote.
Of course, I abstain, so we've heard from everyone, so the motion carries except for my extension. So wasn't counting. Is that 6? 6070 with one abstention. Okay.
7-4.
Okay. All right, and I obviously abstain according to the tribal council bylaws.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
701.
Okay, motion carries. The CARES Act funding extension letters, there's been some form letters sent out, and the accompanying information, addresses to send those to, all in support of extending the CARES Act funding beyond the December deadline. So they're in place, and I believe that we should follow through and send those to those appropriate. I'd entertain a motion to do that, or we could do it by consensus, but let's do it by consensus, perhaps? Okay, everybody approve there? Yes.
I guess my question is, we already had some sent out already?
Yeah, there was one that was provided earlier that George provided that I sent. And,
okay, and so who are the other ones going to?
There's the whole list that was provided to us, the other congressionals there. We actually had lists of congressionals from Oregon and Idaho, but definitely provided to our Oregon congressionals. And I mean, really, if we had to do it, we'd send it to everyone. But,
oh my goodness, that wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
George?
What? No, come on now.
Are we still being live streamed? I think we are. Excuse whoever. So,
Chairman, if I may speak, please.
Yes.
So there's two letters, I think, that I'm not sure how this agenda item got on the agenda, but what I was recommending is a letter to Governor Brown, which you've already signed, thank you, recommending and imploring that she make the Klamath tribes and Native American tribes a priority for the vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm confident she will, and I hope she will.
Yeah.
The other is a letter to President-elect Biden and the Trump administration to make tribes a priority for the vaccine. And then a third letter was for making sure that the Chuck, Nancy, and what's his name, make sure that they continue to extend CARES Act.
Okay.
So there's three letters that we're talking about, Chairman, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so if folks are comfortable, we'll get those letters to those appropriate. I think we're all in support of that. Okay. So by consensus.
Yeah, I would support sending out all those letters.
Okay. So we'll get on that probably right away, Monday.
We need to do it because House is only in session, until the 8th or 9th? And after that, I think the Senate's only in session until the 14th. So, so we might want to focus more on the Senate side too if we, I mean, I would do all of them because we can fax them or email them out right away.
Yeah, that's great.
But they better extend it.
Yeah. Okay, so if I'm all caught up, there's, in addition to this closed session, yeah, there's the 242 fire in the letter of recommendation to UC Berkeley. Oh, you did that already? So the 242 fire, Ellsworth, we'll turn that over to you, and then we'll get to the closed session item, and we can let Joe go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Did you guys, so I sent an email with the photos of the 242 fire to you guys earlier. Did you guys get those, I'm hoping?
Yes. I haven't seen them yet, but we have got them.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So if you guys open those up, so when we did our 242 fire field trip, there was some comments and some questions basically asked about the fire, and before that, when Dawn had actually asked what areas we wanted to go to, there was one specific area that I wanted to get to because I had already went to the area and viewed it and walked it. And we weren't able to go there for a couple different reasons. So I had let Willie know that I still wanted to go up on the rim north of Agency Lookout, Agency Butte, because I had found several sites that I believed were definitely the dozer actually cut right straight through some areas that we had some rock stack features and what looked like an actual a prayer site. And so Willie and I actually met up there early in the morning, and he took me through an area where he had found where a dozer kind of gone down through an area that it shouldn't have and possibly disturbed one site. And I told him that I wanted to go farther north and asked him if he had gone there, and he said he hadn't gone any farther north. So the first picture that you see is 242 number 1. It's a rock feature, and about 6 feet away is a tree that's removed right there, and that is well within 300 feet of the buffer zone. And Willie was I'll tell you, was a little bit more than astounded. And when you look at number 2, the tree, this large tree, was actually fallen by somebody on the fire, I would assume, right straight through what we believe we found 5 rock features that were heavily disturbed. You can see at the bottom of this picture, underneath where the scar is, there's a large rock. And at the base of that large rock, there is a rock there that's really brown. And then to the bottom of that, you can see where there's sediment, where that feature is completely destroyed. And as we were talking to the archaeologist, as Clay was there, they said that out of the 18 of the 81, there was nothing that was disturbed. These are clearly disturbed. If you go to look at 242 number 3, you can actually see that debris that's laying there right amongst some sites. Very disrespectful from the crews that were in there that left that orange juice can there, which basically states that they were well within that 300 foot of the buffer zone, leaving debris and garbage amongst our parasites. And lastly, and there's more, I didn't take any direct pictures of very many sites. If you look at 242 number 4, and this is me standing south looking north, that big stump in that tree fall into the south, right straight through several sites. And without going through, we spent about half an hour here in this specific area. We found about 7 rock features that were completely they were more than disturbed. They were we found several of the features where the rocks were just obliterated. There was about a 5 rock stack that actually was still intact, luckily, but they cut trees within, I think, about 4 feet of that one, and luckily didn't disturb that. But getting back to the Forest Service's comments on none of them being disturbed, I knew ahead of time that they were, and they need to be held liable. We took pictures because we're not sure when anyone else is going to get back up there before the snow. But I would encourage myself and Clay and anyone else that wants to go up there to get up there as soon as possible, because I think anyone that goes is going to be pretty upset. Willie was astounded. He was very angry. He was upset. He was hurt. And it's amazing that they actually stated to our faces that this didn't happen. And when I asked the Forest Service specifically the two archaeologists, why, with anticipation of knowing where that fire was going, why did they not go protect those sites? There wasn't a lot of reasoning behind that, other than the fact that they were still under a little bit of stress because they had to leave their home as well. But getting back to this whole thing, when we go through and do a full inventory of what has happened, I think we're going to find, because they dozed, clean through this rock outcropping, we don't know exactly what they removed and what they destroyed, but to the right side of the dozer line, pushing debris to the inside with the rocks, it could be dozens and dozens that they destroyed. But we do know for a fact that there's at least 7 that we had seen. So I think we need to follow that up. I know we have a meeting coming up. I think was it the 8th. We need to inventory these and take a look and see the devastation that actually took place. And there was obviously no pre-meetings with the dozer boss, and if there was, then they completely just disregarded this area. But it's a mess up there.
Well, thank you, Ellsworth. I think there's a whole list of issues around this 242 fire and recovery, but definitely there needs to be a cultural resource damage assessment, which would probably mean complete survey of the areas and an assessment of the damage, because if it wasn't Forest Service or state folks, or if it was somebody that was logging, the Forest Service would be responsible for holding those folks accountable. So we do need to have a damage assessment, an assessment of the impacts of the fire, because it sounds like there are sites that were observed, after the fire. They can see other sites that were unknown, is my understanding. So that's one. There has to be a comprehensive damage assessment, and consultation with the tribes on the level of survey and direct involvement of our folks to make sure that they do a complete damage assessment. So that's one matter. Then there's the other policy things that arise. At one time, there was a policy for maintaining 300-foot buffers, and that was a unilateral decision of the forest supervisor to lift that. It doesn't even seem like they employed any kind of buffer in this particular case. But that's another matter that not only affects this fires and future fires, but other projects. So that's another policy thing. There at one time, and I believe it might have been Willie himself or other staff, that whenever they had fires, they had trained people out there that were swampers in guiding the cats away from sites. And even if they didn't know if something was there, they had people that were trained to observe and reroute the fire lines. That's something that's not employed at this particular point. And in fact, I think I even heard that it was even noted by one of the Forest Service folks, they don't have anybody doing that since Willie left. So there's a number of matters. Then there's what are they going to do for salvage? How are they going to do that and protect our concerns? If there's concern about closing the area off to tribal members' access for hunting and other mushroom gathering or whatever we want to do in that area, that's a concern. Firewood cutting after fire-killed trees, that happens. So there's a whole list of things, and we need to have an internal meeting, and then we need to have a follow-through with the Forest Service and address the number of issues that surfaced around this. So it's obvious that a cultural resource damage assessment, comprehensive, needs to be done, and then that would probably guide us, direct us on reinitiating or reemploying some of these other things that were in place before. So I appreciate you going up there and taking the photos. Don't know if it was intentional that they said they didn't know that the sites were impacted. I did hear that they knew that some sites were burned through. Maybe they didn't know the full extent of these. I have no idea, but we need to get to the bottom of it. meet with them, have a damage assessment. So, and these photos are really important in telling and really highlight the need to do that. So thanks Ellsworth and Willie for getting up there and looking around and taking the photos.
Chairman, just because they're going to be doing salvage logging in those areas, we need to make sure that this is brought up sooner than later because they are, moving more equipment back up in there. So
yeah,
we need to move pretty swiftly.
Yeah. Well, I'll
we talked about how important it is that they don't go through these areas for all this new building and construction, but this was just blatant as blatant could be.
I'll even leave a message with Judd when we're done, so he has it over in his inbox over the weekend, to follow through. Yes, Jesse?
Well, I think that was also one of my concerns was not only what Ellsworth is bringing up, but also kind of the aftermath and the cleaning. There's a lot of clear cutting taking place right now, and who's taking responsibility, just as you had mentioned it and Ellsworth had said, for the loggers and others who are moving around in these areas, and they're probably less than the Forest Service wanting to be more aware of cultural sites or anything that's significant to us. And so I think there needs to be an accountability piece, understanding who is in charge of this after operation, and having conversations with them directly so that they know where our interests lie and their impact in the area and who's going to be responsible.
Typically, they actually have to do NEPA even for salvage logging, which involves consultation with the tribes and other parties. So I'm not sure
So would that
what they're
mean
doing. They were
Terry
doing.
has had conversations with?
We need to follow through because I drove through there when they were actually removing hazard trees along the roads, and they were mucking around there. Who knows what was disturbed there? So I don't know if there's some surveys prior or to them doing that hazard tree removal along all the roads in there. So, but that's generally they consult with us before they do any kind of salvage or even restoration, activities. So I don't know what's going on. We could check with staff, but I definitely am going to call Judd and tell him about the concerns that we talked about and make sure that they hold up in any kind of ground disturbing activities. And then we need to plan on damage assessment, cultural resource damage assessment. And so I'll have that direct conversation with them, and we can find out if staff has been contacted and who's doing what, if anything. So.
Something should go out
Yeah, because
in writing also.
Yeah, just at lunch, I passed 3 log trucks, and they're all over the place. So these things are taking place right now as we're having this conversation, and so we can't wait much longer to bring it to somebody's attention.
Yeah, I didn't know they were salvage logging up there.
Yeah, and the other concern is that there are some of that doesn't even look like it's burned, so I have concerns that maybe individuals might be taking advantage of this system of clear cutting, and I think that's maybe a separate conversation, but, I have worries about that too.
Chairman?
Yes.
So there are all these short-term immediate concerns, but I've also said to Perry and to George, that long-term, we really lack capacity. Even though we're much better than we used to be, we really lack capacity in Culture and Heritage Department. I think we could use some more in the Natural Resources Department. And, we just had a big presentation that's probably going to involve some mitigation. And I think that mitigation needs to go toward building capacity so that we actually have more knowledgeable people that can go out, and take care of this business, because we're just don't have enough folks on the ground.
Yeah.
I really think that's also where we kind of stand with the idea of Lomakatsi coming in, where we could really be using our own finances to be able to support something like this, where we have forest restoration of our own rather than contracting out. And they could be doing exactly what Willie was doing during the fires and helping mitigate some of these concerns and working and collaborating with Culture and Heritage and then assisting in the aftermath or whatever needs to take place.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. Green Diamond is part of the on the property line. So it's Forest Service and Green Diamond, exactly right where this specific area was. So unfortunately, when it's private, you know, I don't know what capacity or role we'll play in on that one.
Is there other owners like Murphy Lumber? Because I know there's people that actually have their residence up there too. But do you know if that's the case, Ellsworth?
It's well, I actually was on my map and it was on the property line.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm definitely going to call Judd right away, and then I'll follow up with an email. You know, we need to follow through. I did already talk to George and Joseph about, and Jennifer in the loop, about setting up a follow-up on the 242 fire field trip and tour, and all these issues will come up around that, I'm certain. Then we'll need to figure out a strategy from there. But staff has a responsibility to make sure sites are protected, so we're going to make sure that they're doing what they need to be doing too. So I'll follow through with this. Okay.
Were you going to report on your telephone call before the?
Yeah, I guess because tribal members are listening in. Yeah, I actually made 2 calls. I called Dustin Bueller, who's the legal advisor to Governor Brown about this, and I forwarded the email with the report from the incarcerated tribal member sharing their concerns, so he had all that information. He was actually on a walk, but he took my call, stopped, downloaded the report. He also downloaded, he said he was actually doing a little bit of legal work to look at Governor Brown's executive order and how it applied or didn't apply. And he is actually checking with folks internally, because there was a process that the individual sheriff's departments went through, with some advice and direction of their health advisor at the state level. But first thing he pointed out, he wasn't sure exactly what was in the executive order, except that he does know that there was a provision in there that exempted local governments from some of the compliance issues. So he was looking at that, and he says there's a little bit of a difficulty. If it was the State Department of Corrections, we can go right to them and get something done one way or another. But when it comes down to the counties, there was a deference, and there's this, it's a little bit more difficult. It may be more of a communication and trying to work through these issues, but just kind of pointed out that it's a little bit difficult to kind of come down with OSHA and kind of do those things. And some of it's related to exactly what the executive order says and doesn't say in terms of local governments. And what was interesting is, so that's what, and he's checking into that. And he's talking about how we can move forward and have some discussions to bring this matter forward in a way, because he was concerned about it. But he wants to find out exactly what the executive order says and doesn't say, and then get back with us on a strategy to move forward to address our concerns. I got a call from Sheriff Kaber in this question. So I understand the tribes are going to call the governor and file OSHA charges against us. I'm going, what? Nobody said anything about OSHA. And he says, yeah. He said he got calls. I said, I'm wondering who called you. I know people were listening to our live stream. And but he said he got a call from somebody. I don't know if it was somebody listening in on the live stream or what it was, or if he misunderstood what was communicated. I said, well, yeah, we're concerned about what's going on there. We heard I was planning on calling you, but I decided to call the governor's office and find out what was going on here. And he was a little bit miffed that I didn't call him first. And I said, well, yeah, I knew we need to have some communication with you about what's going on and not going on. And he says, well, what we're actually doing, and I did explain to him that Dr. Alerby shared with us what they were doing and how their approach was. But he says the sheriff's, Oregon Sheriff's Organization, whatever it is, worked with the states and with their state health advisor, and they developed a process, that they basically had a blessing to work through, and that's what he's employing now. And it does include when new inmates come in, they basically put them in a cell, they're isolated, and they're basically end up quarantined and isolated for 10 or 14 days. I think she said 10 days. So there is a process, to make sure. So their approach is to try to keep the infection out, and he says people can wear masks if they want one, everybody can, but we're not requiring the deputies to wear masks or the officers. And they said that it's voluntary for the folks that are incarcerated. So basically, Dustin's checking into it, because he did say, as he's looking at this, and he says, well, wait a second, the requirement to wear masks, they still may need to wear masks, and he's checking into that. So he's going to get back with us, he's going to do more communication, verification, and he downloaded the whole executive order on his phone, was kind of walking through this, and so he's checking into it. He said he likely wouldn't be able to get back to me until Monday. Sheriff says he definitely wants to talk to us and let folks know what he's doing and how they're approaching it. He doesn't want this thing to blow up. And I said, well, we just want to make sure our people are protected. We need to know what you're doing and how you're doing it. And so he's willing to talk with us and share that information. But he says, I believe we've taken it serious. We're trying to do what we think is appropriate. But I guess we just need to find out what they're doing and not doing and how they're doing it.
Chairman, the reason we knew about it, right, is because our medical leaders came to us and said they are not doing what they need to be doing.
Yeah.
So the idea that somehow we're remiss because we didn't contact him, they just said they spent more than an hour down there with them.
Well,
and that's why they brought it to us.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and as far as the deputies not wearing masks, that's not okay, from my perspective. So
yeah, because they are coming and going.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so we got to work through it. That's what I was reported, and we probably need to address the specifics. Find out the information and address it directly. With the sheriff's department after we get a little bit more information from the governor's office. He did say that it's a little bit difficult, as far as our authority to come down on people, from the state level. And he had some questions about the executive order, how it applies and doesn't apply. So our interest is protecting our members. Yes, go ahead.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I'm really having a hard time hearing you folks. I know we're all tired. I'm ready to call it a day, but we have received a letter, I believe it's from Klamath County, where we have some tribal members that are housed at the Klamath County Jail.
Yeah.
Is this what we're talking about, Chairman?
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
I would like the authority and the direction of the tribal council. I would really like to call the chief of the Klamath County Jail and see if we can't set up a meeting with him, because we've received, as you know, several complaints, and as a matter of fact, you have a tribal member right now that's in a hunger strike or not eating, and she may very well die from it because she's diabetic and so on and so forth, and she has quit eating due to the way that she's being treated in the Klamath County Jail. So, Chairman, I was wondering if it's possible if you and I and staff could potentially reach out to them and be really aggressive in setting up a meeting and making sure that our inmates at the Klamath County Jail are being treated appropriately.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, Willow?
Yeah, I would like to move forth on that meeting, and I just want to make sure that that our people who have reached out to us are not being they're not getting retaliated against, for reaching out to us, because I know how it is in the county jail, and there's a lot of ugly stuff that goes on behind those doors.
Yeah, that needs to be done. I heard that may happen as far as the hunger strike. I didn't know it was actually happening. So thanks for that update. But yes, let's make that contact and make that happen.
Excellent. I will do that on Monday morning. Aaron Hartman has been a real good friend and partner of the tribe, so I've been using him. He's the director of parole and probation and used to be the chief of the jail. And so I would like to reach out to him Monday morning and see if I can set up a meeting. And Chairman, or maybe Willa, whoever would like to be part of that, I'd really appreciate it.
Dang it.
What'd you do, Jeannie?
Chairman.
You didn't
Yes.
forget your mute button. I know, good thing I didn't cuss.
I was just going to ask the general manager to, given that that Monica and Dr. O have already done a lot of this work, to make sure that they're in the loop on it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
important.
can I say something?
Yes.
Since we're talking about this is the same thing that's going in the prison systems. 'Cause I know a couple inmates in Powder River that's going through the same thing. They're getting COVID, and then I imagine it's going on in other systems too. But they say it's all coming from staff. The administration staff that's bringing it in and giving it to them. So they're being isolated away from each other. I did talk to an inmate at, I think it was from Wilsonville. She said the women, none of them have it, but they're taking real good care of themselves. So there's a problem everywhere with, our incarcerated members. So I'd like to hear more about that, especially in our jail in Klamath County.
Yeah.
It's just a terrible thing, and nobody's really actually reaching out to anybody. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to just be involved to hear the conversations that take
Yeah.
place, and not necessarily that I have to say anything, but I really want to get a good
Yeah.
idea on what the arguments are on both sides of this, and obviously I'm on our side
Yeah.
of this conversation.
Yeah.
But, it could even lead to possibly having to write a letter to the governor about the state of our prison systems right now. And the only people that can come in are staff. So they should be the ones that are taking this most seriously.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks, folks. I think we're going to adjourn the meeting. We're going to address a personnel matter that's not going to actually take an action, on, but we're going to discuss it. So we're going to adjourn the meeting at this point and let you go, Joe. So I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Okay. Yeah.
So, Secretary, I'm going to shut off the phone, and then we can maybe talk on Zoom, just to make sure no one else is on the phone. Will that work?